Assalamu alaikum to you all. Can you hear me loudly and clearly?
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Walaikum
sir.
assalam.
Yes.
If you
Walaikum.
will you begin giving us your name, where you're calling from, and if you have access to your computer or phone camera, would you kindly switch it on, and I'll let our brother William Safir take over from here. I'll be ready for you in just a few minutes.
William Safir, Atlanta, Georgia. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Wow.
Khalil Sultan, Atlanta, Georgia.
Ezekiel Abdullah.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Ezekiel Abdullah, Atlanta, Georgia.
Keep coming, keep it coming.
Lee Muhammad.
Walaikum. Sophia from Bermuda.
Pia from Bermuda. Assalamu alaikum.
Diane from Cleveland,
Diane, where you calling from, Diane?
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio, Diane. Good to see you.
Good to be seen.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm Jennifer from Cleveland.
Jennifer from Cleveland. Jennifer, how are you this evening?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Good.
Assalamu alaikum, Mikhail Abdesamad, Dallas.
Alabama from Big D. How are you, my brother?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good, alhamdulillah.
Good.
Keep it coming, keep it coming.
Hadia from Atlanta, Georgia.
Idea from the ATL. Assalamu alaikum.
Great day. Nedra from Washington, D.C. I apologize, but I'm not prepared to come on camera.
No problem, no problem. Name again?
Nedra from Washington, D.C.
Great. All right, let's keep it coming, please. And introduce yourself and where you're calling from.
Assalamu alaikum, Instructor Zaid Mohammed from North Carolina.
Walaikum salam, Zaid. How are you, my brother?
Alhamdulillah.
Good. All right, keep it coming, please.
Janaki Abdullah, North Carolina.
All right, alhamdulillah. Your name again?
Janaki Abdullah.
Inaki. That's the first time I've heard that name. Wow, that's beautiful. Alhamdulillah.
Well, thank you.
Keep it coming, please. Introduce yourself and where you're calling from.
Naima from New York.
Naima from New York. Assalamu alaikum.
Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn. All right, make it clear, huh? All right, announce yourself and where you're calling from, please.
Salim Muhammad, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Salim Muhammad from Charlotte. Assalamu alaikum, Salim.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Idris Bridges from Bowie, Maryland.
Walaikum salam, Idris. Where are you calling from?
Bowie, Maryland.
I heard the Maryland part. What's the city?
Bowie.
Bowie. Okay, now I hear you. Okay, Bowie, Maryland. Not familiar with Bowie. Alhamdulillah. Good to have you, brother.
Thank you.
Keep it coming, please. Let us know who you are and where you're calling from.
Peace. Abdullah from New York.
Abdullah from New York. Peace to you, brother.
Right on. How's it going? Yeah.
Good.
That's what's up.
All right, introduce yourself and where you're calling from, please, if you haven't done so yet.
Jesse. Raleigh, North Carolina.
Jesse from North Carolina. How are you, Jesse?
Fine, thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Good, alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. This is the roll call. You know, it's getting more important. Like every day, every week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that old saying, I want to be in that number. You want to be in this number in this day and time. I guarantee you. Keep it coming, please, and introduce yourself and where you're calling from.
Arlene Elamine, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Habiba from Minneapolis. Assalamu alaikum.
Arlene Elamine.
Arlene Elamine. Okay,
Yes,
got
sir.
it now. Thank you for correcting me. All right, keep it coming. Introduce yourself and where you're calling from. We have a very, very important topic tonight. We're continuing from last week. I don't know of anything that's more important today than the subject, the matter that we're going to cover this evening.
Okay, William, I'm ready for you.
All right, great, awesome. All right, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. With Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. We want to welcome everyone to our class this evening, the last one of 2022, and we'll be entering in 2023 in just a few days. And very important time. We're talking about the great elimination of the human soul. No subject more important than that. So I'll give you full attention to our instructor, Bilal. He'll be taking us to the very basis of understanding, and that is of knowing the root meanings, the very beginning reading, the seed meanings of letters themselves. And so again, you couldn't ask for a more clear approach to language, and language, as Imam W.D. Muhammad gave us in years ago, words make people. So with that, I'll turn it over to our beloved instructor, Benjamin Bilal, and take it from here.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you as always. As I begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, with Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, we ask that Allah guide our hearts and guide our tongues, and that Allah continue to allow us to grow on every level of human development. Most of us are aware of how we have developed physically in the world, from an infant, a toddler, preteen, teenage, young adult, up all of the way to an elderly age if we reach that plateau. We are aware of that, but most of us, I would venture to say, are not aware of how, or even if we have been growing in the other vital areas of our human development, such as our emotional development, our psychological development. We even have an instinctive development, but because we don't know these things, we can't give those things the proper attention that they're due. The Quran is a book that was revealed not only to tell us about our sociological happenings and developments and strategies for living in a social arena. The Quran was also revealed to give us insight into how we are to live and progress in all of those other vital areas of human life. So what we are doing as emotional beings is also being addressed in the Quran. What we are doing particularly as creatures of psychology or intellect, we might call it, it's being addressed all of the way through the Quran. And what we have been attempting to do for the many years that we have been teaching this particular class, the University Online Learning Course class, we have been attempting to meticulously go through those stratas of human development and address them singularly and uniquely. And the hint for how to do this, at least for me as an individual, has come from my diligent study of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad's strategy. And he began his teaching career addressing the human being on what he called the 3 stages of development. He spoke of the human being as being a mental, moral, and spiritual being, although we're much more than that. And he went on to add to that development as he went along. But it was important for a people who were 40 some odd years deep into believing that the superior part of their being was their skin color. And I'm speaking now about the transition from the old Nation of Islam's teachings under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who taught that the Black man was God, that's his language, and that everything Black was good and everything white was bad, and never the twain shall meet. Those were essentially the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. So his son, Wallace D. Muhammad, Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, as he came to be called, he provided for us a very important shift in what I call paradigms. And I understand that even the English word paradigm is a code word for pair of dimes. And a pair of dimes equals 20 cents. and a pair of 20s equals 2020. So whenever there's a paradigm shift, you should be looking for increased insight. You should be looking for increased understanding. That's what these languages are suggesting to us. The people who actually coded much of the English language, they got the hints for those codes from older languages. Some of them are extant languages such as Sanskrit and Latin. These are not languages that are spoken commonly in the public anymore. They also got the hint by their diligent study of the Quran and the Arabic language that the Quran came in. However, the Europeans, on the most part, who studied the Quran, they did so mostly in secret, and they kept their findings secret. And they developed a secret kind of religion, if you will, that they began to refer to as Masonry, Freemasonry. They began to refer to these groups as Shriners, Eastern Stars. Much of this language was actually born out of Quranic ideology and philosophy, but they were hiding their tracks along the way so that no one, especially in the European lands of Christendom, would be able to detect that they were borrowing these concepts from the Quran, even all of the way up until the documents that this nation, America, holds sacred and dear. The Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights, all of these documents are actually heavily laden with Quranic overviews and undertones. And unless you're willing to go that deep in your study of individual letters and concepts in these documents, you won't be able to trace that back to what it is I'm referring to now, and that is the Quran itself. The perception of the human being, him and herself, is a perception that is not to be found in the Christian Bible, because the founders of this land did not proclaim themselves to be Christians. They proclaimed themselves to be deists. D-E-I-S-T-S. Now, if you're not familiar with what that is, you need to go do some more studying. That's what this class is all about. I don't do your homework for you. You've heard me say that. William knows. He said, yeah, your instructor's not going to just give them everything. I'm not supposed to. What dignity would you have if I gave you everything? Especially when you're old enough to find these things for yourself. So just stay in tune, stay alert, and stay excited about learning. That's the key. Stay excited about learning. Okay. So I'm giving people just a couple more minutes to get in here before I jump into the meat of tonight's part 2 conversation on what I consider to be probably the most important topic of Imam W.D. Muhammad's teaching career, and that is the great elimination of the human soul. I heard him mention that phrase on at least 2 occasions. And the first occasion, he just mentioned it as something that was coming. The second occasion was actually a Jummah khutbah that he was giving during one of the annual conventions. And I believe it was the year 2008, probably the year that he passed. I believe that's when he said it last. I actually have that lecture. I've sent it out before, and inshallah, I'll find it and send it out again. Give me one moment to just make sure everyone is muted. One moment. Okay, here we go. Okay, so once again, if you're just joining us, we thank you for joining us on this 30th night of December, all of the way towards the end of December and the entering into a brand new energy that they call a new year. A new year. The word year has significance. It's related to the word yeah. Yeah. A new year is here. Yeah. Yeah just represents a particular emotional feeling of upliftment and excitement about what's coming. And it's actually connected also to another English word called yearling. And a yearling is a baby animal. Certain animals are called yearlings when they're born. Yearling. If anyone is finagling with their screen, I would ask them to please don't do anything different than you've been doing for the 5,000 months that you've been joining us. Okay. Is anyone else seeing this Zoom screen in front of you?
It's
Yeah.
a blank sheet. Yeah.
You're
That was
seeing?
Salim, I think.
Yeah. Salim, you need to stop doing whatever you're doing. Stop finagling. Salim Muhammad, whatever you did, I can't undo it. So would you please do so?
She need to go out and come back in.
Salim, leave the queue and sign back in, please, so that we can continue with our conversation here. Hold on. I'm going to remove him and he'll have to come back in.
Okay, you're back.
Okay. He doesn't mean it. So we have patience with our people. We're learning the technology. All right. So we're going to get started into our notes. We have a lot to go over, but we're going to try to do it within a 2-hour frame. So just again, be patient and pay attention. Make sure that you have something to write on in case there's an important term or phrase that you'd like to jot down and study immediately after we've concluded. But I guarantee you that it's going to be wisdom laden and it's going to be well worth your time and attention. Thank Allah, we're doing it on a Friday night. Hopefully not many of you have to get up early in the morning to do anything except pick up your study materials and go over this information. So let me find my notes. And away we go. I hope y'all are ready for this linguistic ride. Again, if you're just joining us, our subject tonight is the great elimination of the human soul. And as I say here, it has now begun. It's been on us, but it's in full operation now. I am your international instructor, Benjamin Bilal, as you know, and I want to begin with a phrase that was given to us when Imam W.D. Muhammad initially came into office in February of 1975 upon the passing of his father, Elijah Muhammad. He gave a speech about a month or so after that, and he entitled that speech, Remake the World. I believe it was given in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Remake the world. Think about that. And that was a big job.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
It was in 1975. I was on post. It was in 48 in Market.
All right. Thank you for that tidbit. All right. Mute your phones. And unless it is absolutely important, some of these things you can just put in the chat box instead of interrupting what I'm saying. Okay. Because it takes me off if it's not of that level of importance. So that was a gentle tap on the back of his hand. So mute your phones, please. Everyone's phone should be muted. Thank you. So once again, Imam Muhammad gave us the phrase, remake the world. And I'm adding to that there's only one way that you can actually remake the world. You remake the world by remaking the word. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because the word world comes out of the word word. All you have to do is eliminate the letter L in the word world, and you're back to the word word. Now, why in the world would linguists play with words like this and take a letter out and put a letter in and substitute letters and put letters in that have no sound, like phone? There's no pahone. It's phone. They replace the PH with the F sound. And I mean, why would these English linguists, scholars play with language like that. It's for one particular reason, in order to code the language. And there's only one real reason for coding language. That is to hide it from people that you don't want to know what it is you're talking about. That's what all codes are for. You can't get into certain apartment buildings unless you know the code. Down here in the South, you hardly can get into your home now unless you put a code into the door that nobody else knows but you and whoever you chose to share it with. So it's the same thing with the language. These linguists have coded language and they have shared it only with those people who they wanted to know what they were actually talking about. Everybody else is scratching their head thinking that is what they think it means. But in reality, it has nothing to do with what you're thinking if you're not familiar with the code. So be aware of that, especially when you're reading English words. So the word world is simply the word word with an L added. And if you understand about English, what you're growing to understand about Arabic as I'm teaching it to you, you'll understand also that the English language has meanings for every one of their English letters. I give you the full run of the English alphabet, the 26 letters of the English alphabet in my book called the N word. The N word. It's number 2 on the book list. If you haven't purchased the N word, you're missing the twin sister of Nunetics. Nunetics is every Arabic letter, and what it means. The N word is every English letter and what it means. And all of those 26 letters of the English language actually came off the walls of ancient Kemet called Egypt. Egypt. We'll talk about that in a moment. So this letter L that has been placed in the word world has a particular meaning as stated. And the meaning of L is anything lofty, anything tall, anything imposing. It also refers to the human intellect and what the intellect contributes to things and to knowledge and to wisdom. So you find it hiding, so to speak, in words like intellect and in words like intelligence. You find 2 L's together in both of those words. Because again, the letter L, just as the letter lam in the Arabic language system or letter system, lam means that which is lofty. We say subhana wa ta'ala. See? Think about what you're saying. That we're praising Allah and we're referring to Allah as being ta'ala. Ala means up on top of. See, he's the most lofty, he's the most high. That's how most of us translate that. But what is giving us the meaning of most high is the lam that's in the word ala. We say salam alaikum, salam alaikum, ala, may the peace be up on you. See? So peace is something that brings you into a lofty position and disposition. That's how we know the people who are faking and frauding with their salam, as opposed to the people who are genuinely invested in its meaning and its application. Because when they approach you with that greeting, they do it from a position of dignity. Salam alaikum, they mean it. The other ones end up giving you the greetings of salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. You've heard that before. All right. Or are they giving you the slam? Slam alaikum, Aki. Yeah, no, it's not slum and it's not slam, it's salam. So keep that in mind. Even in the word salam, there's that lofty lam, that lofty L. So world represents what your mind comes into through the study of the world. The world begins as a word. See, in the beginning was the word. That's just nature. But once the human mind is born into nature and out of nature, and it begins to study the things that it's discovering in nature, separating things out, comparing like with like, and comparing that which is not like with other things that are not like that which is not like. The human brain is doing that from the beginning. Study any infant and you'll see this progression taking place every time a baby is born. They are calculating. They are baby scientists, as I heard Imam Muhammad say once. The infant is not this foolish little creature that you think it is. You're wasting your time with that language, trying to teach that to your babies. Even when they can't speak, they're not interested in goo. They're interested in knowing what you know. They just can't articulate it. So it's our job to teach them, and teaching them is a part of that development of that lofty intellect that we're discussing right now. Once you begin to come into an appreciable understanding of the things that are taking place around you, then you begin to come into an understanding of many of the things that are taking place inside of you. First, it's out here. Who's that? What is this? Who's touching me? Who's feeding me? And as the baby grows older, the baby begins to experience feelings in here. Sadness, happiness, joy, frustration, anger. So Allah allows the human baby to gaze on what has been created in the fitrah, and we say nature, Mother Nature, and fitrah, Mother Nature, and all of its various patterns that are designed as ayat or instructing signs to instruct what? This aql, this intellect. If Allah had left the human being on the level of just feelings and emotions and instinctive drives, the human being would be no different than the average mammal, the average animal. In fact, the human being would be at a disadvantage because the average animal's instincts are much more acute. They're much more sharper than the average humans because they needed to survive in places that we don't choose to live in, the jungle and places like that, and up in the caves and the mountains and all of those places. So we have given due attention. We have given our due attention to what's necessary for human advancement, and that is attention that's being paid to the human intellect. It's called the aql in the Arabic language. So we need to begin understanding all of these things and advancing ourselves upon these true human concepts related to what is the fitrah. We're born into the fitrah, but the moment we begin to sense that the things are taking place inside of us that need to be disciplined, that need to be curtailed, that need to be thought about before spoken on. You know, as we grow older, we're preteens, and we learn from experience, sometimes from getting popped in the lips by our mother, not to say certain things at certain times around certain people. So we're learning these things as we grow, and that's what is responsible, or that is what is responsible for the disciplining of this internal life that we call the true human life inside, in this head and in this heart region, all of these things floating around the brain's atmosphere, the brain's environment, the environment of thinking, thoughts, all of these things floating around as thoughts, affecting us in certain ways, bringing bad results sometimes that we have to then go about making corrections on so that the bad results will next time manifest as good results. And that's what this human life is about. That's the making of the internal world that remake the world is referring to. It's not the outer world of clouds and lightning and air and the fire and the winds and the trees. It's not that world that's responsible for all of the corruption in the world. That's the world of the natural fitrah as Allah created it. We mess it up, but it bounces back. Just leave it alone for a little while and the fitrah will bounce back from all of the air pollution and all of the other stuff that we do to it. But the true world that is responsible for human advancement or human decay is the internal world. And that advancement or that corruption depends on how we choose to consciously treat this internal world. And this internal world has very little, if anything, to do with what your skin tone happens to be, or what geography you happen to be born in, or what particular blood lineage you happen to be a part of. It has very little, if anything, to do with that. And it has everything to do with what has been influencing you internally as an internal being called a human being. Hue does not mean color. You're thinking H-U-E, man. And if you already know that man means mind, that's another jewel that was dropped on us by W.D. Muhammad. If you already know that the word man has nothing to do with male, it has nothing to do with your flesh and blood description, and has everything to do with how your mind operates inside of you, internally, at your thoughts and your feelings and all of those things, those precious things that Allah has connected to your growing human life. If you already know that man means mind, then why would human or human mean H-U-E, color mind? Yeah, that's what they reduced the human being to. The mind that just likes to play with colors. Think about when you were in the part of your development that was mostly concerned with displays of color. It was when you were a baby, an infant in the crib. You're looking at the different colors hanging from this whatever, or the rattle and the red and the yellow and the blue colors of the or when you started learning how to draw and they gave you little crayons and you put the yellow on the sun and you put the blue on the sky and the white crayon you use for the clouds. You are totally preoccupied with color, but you were a child. So how have we grown up as adults to be still preoccupied with color? Black man. The white people we need to stick together. Right, white people, we're still concerned with black and white and brown and red and yellow and no, please grow up. And guess what? Coming into this year, 2023, you're going to be forced to grow up or lose your soul. Your soul will be it's happening already. It will be effectively eliminated if you do not come into this paradigm shift as a conscious decision maker over your life. All human beings who refuse to take control of their lives going into this next season, because we're already in the season of so-called Aquarius. They gave it a name, the water bearer. We're already in the season of Aquarius, where tons and tons of water are beginning to flood the world. This is the great flood that you think is Noah's flood. The return of Noah's flood is the return of frequencies that do in the world what water does in the physical environment. It cleans up some things, but it can also drown out many other things, depending on where you are when it happens. I want to be safely on shore. And I'm sure you want to be on shore also. So we're talking about remaking the internal world. And we do that by remaking the word. So let's talk a little bit about what the word means. The Bible says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word took on flesh and dwelt among the people. So we have to become sensitized. That's what the word flesh in Scripture means in both the Bible and the Quran. Flesh means that we have to become sensitized, not physicalized. It's not talking about physical flesh. What would the word that was here in the beginning look like if it turned itself into flesh and blood and started walking amongst men? That's not the word that the Bible is talking about. That's not the word that the Quran is speaking about when it called Jesus the Christ in the Quran a kalima, min Allah, a word from God. That's not the word it's talking about, the flesh and blood person walking around. No, the word that was here in the beginning was el-fitra, the fitra, nature, Mother Nature. And Mother Nature was given flesh, meaning man's interaction with nature is what sensitized him. Sensitized him to various concerns, sensitized him to the need for social development, sensitized them to the need for disciplining their nature, for creating an environment of peace and safety and harmony, tribal unity once tribes began to be developed. So this is the flesh that scripture is talking about. Not just the physical biology, this skin and bone stuff. No, animals have this. The scriptures are talking about something much more exciting than what we have been believing they have been talking about. So that word took on flesh and dwelt among the people. So again, we have to become sensitized to what? To the four respective areas of our human development. You see the English word has 4 letters. Let's talk about what each of those letters mean. Some of you have gotten this, most of you probably have not. So let's recall. The letter W in the English language, in the word specifically, is indicative of water. See, that's one aspect of your fourfold nature. Now, all I'm doing now is recounting for you what was given to us by Imam W.D. Muhammad way back in 1975, 1976. W represented water, and water represents the human being's emotional nature. You see that letter W? It's actually waves in the water that go up and down, up and down. M, which is just the W upside down, has a similar meaning when it comes to water. This word water is indicative of the emotional nature because your emotions operate in you and for you exactly like water operates in the physical world. We need water for 2 main purposes. We need water to keep us clean on the outside, and we need water to ingest in order to continue operating effectively on the inside of this body. This body is, I think they say, primarily a 75, maybe 85% water, the body itself. Look at that wonderful sign from Allah. You don't see anything about this body that looks like water unless you start sweating her, that kind of thing. Baby wets on himself. All is water coming out of the baby now. Or you start crying and you see water come out the eyes. But other than that, this looks like just flesh, no water, just flesh. But this body and its blood content especially is actually at least 75% water. Just like this earth is primarily 75% water. Also, oceans, lakes, rivers, etc. What a correlation. An instructing sign from on high. Because you are the earth, my friends. You are the earth that scripture is referring to. So the emotional nature can be affected by heat. Think about it. What happens when heat continues to impact upon water? The water evaporates. It becomes invisible for the most part. What happens to that invisible water? Once the heat of the sun shines down on that water and the water becomes invisible and it begins to evaporate. But what happens to it? See, it didn't disappear. It was able to move up gradually in a way that the physical eyes could not detect. And then it regathered itself in the heavens as what we now call clouds. So what you're seeing above you, and you need to teach this to your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren, say son, daughter, granddaughter, what you're seeing as clouds in the sky, you need to ask them, say, where do you think those clouds came from? And believe me, most of your young people are going to give you intelligent answers because they are thinkers by nature. But in the event that they're not able to give you the correct answer, you say, well, those clouds up there are there because of the water that's down here on the earth. And it was the sun in cooperation with the water that was responsible for reducing that water into fine mist that the eyes could not detect. And when that rising water became too heavy, it began to recollect itself, to regather its composition in the form of clouds. Do you know that the average single cloud could weigh up to 300,000 tons? That fluffy stuff, another ayat from Allah, another ayat, another instructing sign from Allah. That little fluffy stuff that when you're on the airplane, you fly right through it. But the cloud itself can contain up to 300,000 tons, not pounds, tons of water. And then it becomes too heavy to exist in that particular atmosphere. And Allah allows something to happen, maybe a lightning strike or some other climatic condition that presses on those clouds to begin to return that earthly water back to its home base, to earth. And it replenishes the vegetation. It gives assistance to the animals, to the insects, and to all living forms which depend on water. And that's every living form. So that's a beautiful phenomenon. See, if you begin thinking like this and teaching your children like this, there won't be such a thing as clinical depression amongst us. We're depressed because we're not recognizing and respecting our own fitrah and the fitrah of this nature around us. So we are walking, talking fitrah. We are fitrah creatures. That's what we are. But until we recognize the fitrah around us first and then inside of us, we have every reason to be depressed because all of this becomes oppression. When you don't know what the purpose of things are, you don't know what the purpose of the mountains and the rivers and the sunshine, and you really don't know the purpose of these things, then they become like gods in your life that are just oppressing you. It's raining, oh man. It's too hot outside, oh man. So we're thinking about these things for the aesthetic value when we can go out there and have a beautiful day. But if it's a rainy day, we curse that day. Oh shit. It's raining here. I ain't planning on going here. You know how we are. But that's not how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to say, Alhamdulillah, for every day. For every day. Because every day has benefit. It's beautiful when you understand it. So that's the emotional nature. It does exactly in you what water does in the physical environment. And we also use it to keep us clean. So that's how water became a symbol of morality, moral thinking which allows us to exercise our human decency. That's the true meaning for morality, not this other stuff that they give you in the psychology class, where it has to do with what your opinion about being good and being moral is. It has nothing to do with your opinion as the moral majority political party. It has nothing to do with that. Morals are simply what decency is. And decency is something that every child knows when they experience it. Every child knows when they're being treated decently. And every human being knows when they're being treated unfairly and immorally. So that's emotional. That's the emotional nature. And many people have had that emotional nature dry up to the point where the ground beneath their feet becomes crackled, if there's such a word. You've seen dry desert land when it hasn't received rain for months sometimes, and it looks like the human skin if the skin has not been moisturized. Yeah, if you take a close-up picture of this hand and the skin, it looks exactly like the dry desert when it hasn't received water. When this doesn't receive moisture, it looks exactly like the land that hasn't received moisture. Again, instructing signs from Allah. So that's water. The O in word is circular, and winds like to blow circularly. So it represents air. And air represents your spiritual nature. Anything round is representative of spiritual qualities and spiritual information. When they put the halo on top of the angel's head, it's spiritual. When they put the crown of thorns, according to Christianity, on top of Jesus's head, it represented something that was taking place in his spiritual nature, whatever he represents or whoever he represents. The final damage was done to the head or the crown or the corona, if you're understanding what I'm saying. So that's the spiritual nature, likes to circle up. You've seen leaves on the ground when it's hit by heavy wind. It will start circling. In the street, it'll circle. Sometimes it'll circle and go up and up and up and fly off because it's indicative of the spirit, the spiraling life. See, spirit spiral. That's a part of your human nature. Teach that to your children. And Allah says in the Quran that the Khalifa will become activated once he has breathed into him of his spirit, of his ruh. So the Khalifa as an essential being is activated, not physically, but spiritually. So that's the second letter in the word. The third letter is R, and it represents fire. When you light something on fire, if you're not careful, that fire will begin to run rapidly throughout that environment. You have to have a container for the fire. You have to have a fireplace for the fire. You have to be able to manage fire in order for fire to do you a service, such as cooking your food or warming up your living room. But you have to have an apparatus that is designed to curtail the possible danger and damage that fire can cause, because fire likes to run rapidly. So it's indicative of what the intellect does as a preoccupation. The intellect likes to run rapidly, and it likes to light up its environment with information. It likes to just catch on, whatever it comes in contact with, it wants that to become a part of its body. And that's what your intellect does. That's why you spend hours on Facebook arguing with people, trying to get them to see it your way, trying to get them to accept your opinion of things and of people, because that's the nature of the intellect. So when you read about fire in scripture, even in the Quran, it's speaking about a facet of the human intellect in its quest for consumption. Likes to consume, make you a part of me, make you think like I think. I'm a Democrat. You must think like a Democrat, or you're just stupid. I hate you. You're a Republican. Well, get away from me if you're a Republican. I didn't know you were a Republican, and I've known you for 17 years. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Yes, you Trump supporter, because we're always trying to get people to kowtow to our opinion. That's what fire means. It's designed in its essence to light up the environment. But if it's not curtailed, if it's not put within the framework of checks and balances, it will burn down the entire world if you let it. You've seen forest fires. They'll just keep burning until the fire department shows up or until the rains come. Hmm? Yes, indeed. So that's fire, the letter R, the intellect. Finally, we have the letter D in word, and it represents the material, the land, the material nature in you. There's a material nature that needs material things in order to continue to survive. In the Quran, Allah refers to it by a D word in Arabic called the dunya. Dunya, that's the material world. See, that's the material world, dunya. And you have some Muslims on this planet who are kind of stuck on stupid, thinking that the dunya is an evil in the life of human beings. If it were an evil, would Allah put it in a dua for you to pray on a daily basis? Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adhaban nar. Would Allah call the dunya hasan, good, excellent? Would Allah have us asking for the excellence of the dunya if the dunya were evil or bad? No, the people who taught us like that, unfortunately, were people who wanted the dunya for themselves. So what they needed to do was get you to have a disdain for the dunya. Christianity and its leaders did the same thing for Christians, got them to believe that all you need is Jesus and the world belongs to the devil. So leave the world alone. Don't worry about the world. You'll get your gold, your streets of gold. They'll be paved with gold in heaven. But this belongs to the devil. Just leave this to us. We'll manage this. You go on and just pray. You go on and just go to church or go in the Muslim paradigm. You just go on to the masjid. Don't worry about becoming wealthy. No, you chasing the dunya. You materialist, you're supposed to be a Muslim. That's what a Muslim does. Allah says, وَابْتَغِي فِيمَا أَتَاكَ اللَّهُ الدَّارُ الْآخِرَةَ وَلَا تَنْسَ نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. To seek with all that Allah has made available to you, your home in the afterlife. Darul Akhirah. وَلَا تَنْسَ. However, do not neglect, do not forget. Nasiba ka, your personal share, not kum, ka. Allah wasn't talking to a group. He was talking to me and you individually. Nasiba ka, from where? Min ad-dunya, from the dunya. And did he say your 10% from the dunya? Did he say your 2% from the dunya? No, he just said min ad-dunya. Nasiba ka, your share. Min ad-dunya, from among the dunya, from all of the dunya that Allah has created. So he didn't put a ceiling on how much dunya you're supposed to have. So what does that mean? That means you should go seeking as much of it as you can get, as long as you do not forget or neglect your home, your home, Darul Akhirah. Let me explain something about that word. Very important for what we're talking about tonight. Because what we're really attempting to do tonight is give you the information necessary for the restoration of the human soul. The soul is being effectively eliminated as we speak. We're giving you the linguistic tools for you to begin pondering that are going to be responsible for reigniting what's necessary for the rebuilding and restoration of the soul. That's what we're doing, whether you recognize that. I think most of you know that. So continue to pay attention. This word al-akhirah has levels of meaning. Most of us as Muslims have been taught that al-akhirah simply refers to the life to come after we leave this physical dunya existence, and that's not true. The dunya that's spoken of in the Quran includes the reality of what you are coming into on a daily basis as you continue to live on this earth. Al-Akhirah begins in this life while you're breathing this good old prana, right? It begins in this life. And if you do the correct things in this life, then that Akhirah actually extends into the next life after your physical life is over and done. So don't think you can just do what you want to do and, you know, skip and run and play and jive and connive and all of that and not really concentrate on goodness, not concentrate on the building up of positive actions and that kind of thing, and then just die and go to El Akhirah. You'll be in El Akhirah, but it won't be the El Akhirah that you're thinking about. It won't be. Trust the instructor when he tells you it don't work like that. How do I know? Because the Quran tells me so. It don't work like that. You have to have a buildup of brownie points in this life based on your active participation in goodness, good deeds, good words, struggling against oppressive forces in this life and against temptations that will bring your excellence down to nothing if you let it. You can't pray your way into what they call heaven. You can't dhikr your way into paradise. You can't salat your way. You can't do rituals and make it into, oh, if you do 100 salats or 99 dhikrs and you know, 1,000 dhikrs, and they have the Muslim world going dhikr crazy based on something that is nowhere to be found in the Quran. There's nowhere in the Quran where Allah says that a ritual is going to get you anywhere. I don't care how many you make a day, 5 prayers a day, 27 times a day. I don't care. If it's a ritual in and of itself, that ain't getting you nowhere into paradise. You'll be surprised when you leave here at what line you're going to be on, thinking that you're on the line to paradise. Because it's not justified by anything that Allah says in the Quran. Your beliefs don't even get you into paradise. Yeah, I know I'm stepping on some big toes now. Your beliefs, your faith. I believe in Allah. Amantu billahi thumma istaqim. See? You didn't just say amantu billah. Believe in Allah. Say I believe in Allah. It said thumma istaqim. Thereafter, be upright. That's an action. Take it to the Quran directly. Wal asr. Inna al-insana lafi khusr. By the setting of the sun, certainly the human being is in loss. Illa ladina amanu, except for those who believe, they say, except for those who express faith. Illa ladina amanu, amanu, iman, faith. Did it stop there? No, wa, and. Amilu salihat, do deeds, do actions that reconcile. We're going to talk about that important word also. It has to do with the soul. You hear it in there. Reconcile is what it's saying. Not just reconcile. It's the soul that needs to be reconciled when the soul has been partially or totally eliminated. And the jewels of information for bringing the soul back to its perfection are laden throughout the entire Quran. But stop thinking it's just you making some dua or you making some prayer or saying that you believe and we believe, you believe, yeah, I believe. You have faith in yeah, I believe. You believe in Muhammad, yeah, you believe in it. You're okay, all right. So we all together, we all right. No, you're not all right. What good are you doing in the world? What deeds of reconciliation are you looking to see where Allah has placed certain things together naturally? He has placed the human concerns in a way where it should spark the curiosity of another human being who's doing well to figure out why this other human being on the other side of the planet is not faring well, is starving to death. For what reason? With all of this food being wasted in the world, your brain is not going to work on trying to figure out how to reconcile that discrepancy. You're living in luxury, and the people of Ethiopia and Eritrea and these other places are living in squalor and in poverty, living on the streets. And your brain doesn't even say, boy, I wish I could. You don't even say, I wish I could help those people. You just, those poor people, why you chewing your popcorn and Coca-Cola? Those poor people. I'm glad I'm glad I ain't living over there, child. Are you? And those people have more wealth in their souls than you have in your bank account. And you're rich. So we have to shift paradigms. That's what this next year is going to be all about. Trust me, you're going to see it beginning in the beginning of January. You're going to see such tremendous shifts of paradigms. You're going to see 2020 all over the place. This vision, this new vision is just going to pop up out of you. You're going to be coming into knowledge and wisdom and science that you never thought existed, that Allah is going to be allowing into your circumference for purposes of allowing you to make a cogent decision about what you are going to do with your life as a dedication. Are you going to continue to dedicate it to the world that Shaitan has built for himself upon the platform of abuse, lies, tricknology, as we used to call it? Or are you going to begin to build the kind of world that has a community life existence that is respective of the fitrah and respective of your fellow human? Forget what pledge he takes or took or whatever. Forget the religion thing. I'm talking about treatment of humans. I sent you a video from Imam Muhammad. At the very end, he's told Iqna. He said, whenever you read the term Muslim in the Quran, he said, just translate it as human. So what did he know that they didn't know? All these years, they told us Muslim was an ethnic group and a religious group it began in Saudi somewhere. And now it's in Pakistan and, Egypt. And now the so-called African-American is becoming Muslim, but many of them see us as adoptees into the religion. The Jews had the same trick before that. That's where the Muslims learned it. They learned it from listening to those rabbis, those wayward rabbis, not the true and sincere ones, but they were listening to the wayward rabbinical order that said, this is how you do religion if you want to keep the people enslaved. Choose a group of them that were there in the beginning with the prophet like we chose for Moses and the 12 tribes around him. And those are the real ones. And the further away they get from that history, the more and more they become just like adoptees. So the Jews right now, you can't just go and take a pledge or something. You can't walk into any synagogue and say, I want to be Jewish today. They look at you and laugh you out of there. You can't just be Jewish. You got to be born Jewish. Well, how am I to be born Jewish? You have to have a Jewish mother. You see that trick? Sammy Davis Jr. thought he could pledge his way into Judaism. He found out different. Was your mama Jewish, Sammy? Well, sorry. Your daddy can be Jewish, but if your mother's not Jewish, if you didn't come through a Jewish womb, you can't be a Jew. That's Judaism, plain and clear. I'm about to say ask a Jew, but yeah, you can find that out on the internet. And now you got Muslims walking around here thinking that you're not a true Muslim unless you're an Arab or some other Middle Eastern ethnic group. Crazy ideas that they got from other religions, from wayward people who wanted to monopolize majorities of people in that particular religion. And I'm here to say that paradigms are shifting. I believe that was one of the major reasons why Imam Muhammad was sent. I don't mean sent like a prophet now, but sent. Allah sends whoever he wants to do whatever he wants them to do. And Imam Muhammad came during a time when many of these things were not visible to most of us. I'm talking about in terms of this manipulation of humans on this earth. So this is the nature. Don't run from the dunya. Use the dunya in the way that Allah advocates for us to use the dunya. The dunya that Allah is against in the Quran is called hayatul dunya. That's different than just ad-dunya. Hayatul dunya means the life of the dunya. See? And life is the spiritual component. That's what you're living for. So you're not supposed to be living for the dunya. Hayatul dunya. No, ain't no hayatul dunya. That'll get you into hell quick. But utilizing your share of the dunya, minad dunya, nothing haram about that. Let's continue. So I told you that these four are to be compared as elements with the sociological four that these elements actually are symbolic of. Water, we went over this last week in the first part and many other times. Water is indicative of economics. That's why we have water terms in economics. Liquidating your assets, drowning in debt. You get it, right? Find your own water term and you'll be able to associate it with economics. We have air, which is indicative of government. Air likes to rise. See, that's what government and politicians like to do. They start out as the alderman or, whatever, and then they begin to say, well, let me seek the mayor's position. And then from the mayor, they might want to be governor. And then from governor, now they're looking to be president. That's what air does. It rises. But as it rises, it becomes more and more thinned out, like the pyramid. That's air, government. The pyramid is also a symbol of government, material, government. So that's the air, government. You need it for survival, but you're not supposed to let it choke you out. So be careful the more and more you go up. Air becomes very thin up there, hard to breathe up there. A lot of folks right now in the United States government are being choked out because they're existing within areas where there's very little oxygen. So air is government, fire is academics. That's why you'll find on some college campuses the lantern with the fire lit on top of it, because fire, as they know, is representative of academics or education, as they call it. And land is the general culture. When you go to the movies or listen to the music or learn the newest dance or, the clothing you wear, all of that is a part of culture. And those cultures vary depending on where you are on the planet. So just to review last week, and we'll go through this very quickly. These are the steps towards the development of a true free dome. That was the original meaning for freedom. Free dome. This is the dome. This right here, sitting between your two shoulders on top of your neck. This is your dome, the thinking apparatus that Allah blessed you with. And it's supposed to be free, not enslaved. So these are progressions towards human freedom, the true freedom movement. Imam Muhammad introduced us to the word freedom. And freedom requires responsibility. There is no freedom without responsibility. But we don't want to be just free to be dumb. That's how they pronounce it, freedom. We don't want to just be free to be dumb. We want to be free to have a responsible dome operating on our behalf. So these kingdoms are also four. The first is the mineral kingdom, where there's no movement. The rock cannot just move on its own. The sand cannot just move on its own. It has to be blown by the winds, or the rock has to be picked up or pushed over by an animal or by a human. That's the only time the mineral is going to move, and it represents the selfish mind. The selfish mind. The selfish mind actually represents stagnation. When you're grabbing everything and bringing it towards yourself, where are you going? You're not moving out to share. You're saying, this is mine. You can see the word mine in the word mineral. It's really mineral. And you know what being minor is compared to being major. So we are consigning ourselves to a minor status in the world when we become selfish people. People who say everybody's got to do for me. The world is mine. We have to move up. We have to graduate. We have to evolve from that position of selfishness. The next stage is the plant kingdom. And as you know, the plants can move upwards. But the deficit for the plant is that it cannot change its environment. It can't just pick up out of the soil. And remember, the soil is mineral life. See, the soil, in a sense, is saying, this plant is mine. It holds on to it until you come pull it out, or an animal begins to nibble on it and pull it out, right? But other than that, whatever weather comes, good or bad, it has to just stay there and experience the goodness of that weather or the harsh treatment that that weather will meet down upon that plant. Starve the plant out, cause the plant to die. And it won't be able to start over again until a new season approaches. See? So that's the plant life. There are people who are like that. They can grow up intellectually, as I said last week, but they can't use what it is they know to actually change their funky environment. Been living in the projects for 30 years and haven't even impacted the block that they live on. Trash is still on the corner, spilled out of the garbage cans. People still allow their dogs to come out in the morning and just poop right in front of the door as you're coming out trying to go to work or trying to go to school. Nobody has formed it, not even a block association. Allah is our witness. Everywhere we have moved as a family, one of the first things we instituted was a block cleanup if it was necessary. Even when we lived in a house, we're out of the projects by then. We were living in a house, and we organized a block cleanup. We went out there, we bought our own garbage bags, and the sanitation department provided bags for us, and all that. And we went on, okay, every Saturday, we're going to come out here, we're going to at least clean our side of the, and you know what happened? As we began to clean our side of the block, the other side of the block began to look, and they felt the innate dignity that Allah put in there. We were uncovering that. And then they said, well, can I get a rake? Is there a broom for me? And the sanitation part, yeah, you doing our job. And the whole block, we did this up in Harlem. We did this out in Far Rockaway, New York. We did this in various parts of places that we actually lived because we wanted the environment where we live to at least be clean and appropriate. You inviting people to your house and they got to step over trash 2 doors down. No, you got to knock on the door of the conscience of those people and say, listen, you see how clean my spot is? Can I help? Don't just, badger them about not doing it. Say, listen, this is your property. I'm only asking permission to come sweep in front of your house. Do you know how bad that person will feel if they have a conscience? Oh no, brother, don't worry about that, man. We were going to do that this Saturday morning. We were going to do that. Matter of fact, I'm going to come out here and do it now. I got about 10 minutes. Because goodness is contagious. Imam Muhammad said goodness is on the rise. So that's the plant kingdom. Then you have the animal kingdom, where there's movement upward and outward, but there's no changing of the animal's habit. Whatever that instinctive habit is that Allah clocked into that animal, that's what the animal is going with. The only one who can actually make a dent in that instinctive habitual behavior is the human being. No other creature can go to a poodle and put up a tutu dress on the poodle and make it get up on 2 hind legs and dance around like a ballerina. No other creature can have that effect on a poodle but the human being. Other than that, the animals are doing what animals do. And if you look at the progression of these kingdoms, you'll see that one kingdom is fed on by the subsequent kingdom. In other words, as I mentioned, the plants having to be in soil on the most part, and the soil is mineral life. So the plants are feeding off of the mineral life that came before it. When the animals appear, the animals are feeding off of the plant life. And when the human kingdom appears, the human is feeding off of the animal life, the plant life, and the mineral life. See? Plant life feeding off the minerals, animal life feeding off of the plant life and the minerals that are in the plants, and the human being feeding off of the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the mineral kingdom. When you take your vitamins, you're eating minerals, you're taking in minerals. But the human being has growth upwards, growth outwards, And the human being can change his and her habit. That's the beauty of how Allah created us to evolve as humans, not human, H-U-E, but human, H-U-M-U-S, humus. Humus means moisture in the soil. That's the mind that we're in touch with. Give me one moment. This is a wonderful teaching. So what fail-safe action should human beings be involved with in order to protect the integrity of their soul from being eliminated? We have to be in control of our habits. The world is manipulated because of unruly habits, negative habits. We have to learn to replace negative habits with positive and constructive habits. Habit just means you're doing it over and over again, ritualistically, not as a ritual, but ritualistically. Just like you brush your teeth every day, or you take a bath or a shower every day. Those are not rituals, but you do them ritualistically. Allah did not consign the human being to rituals that have no purpose. See, that's how you know the difference between doing something ritualistically and doing something as a ritual. The ritual at the end of it will leave you no benefit whatsoever. Find me a benefit except for 5, 10, 15 minutes worth of exercise. Find me a benefit to ritual salat. Salat in the Quran is not a ritual. It is a practice that is to be done ritualistically. And when you are finished with that particular activity, you'll know what the benefit is or was. Now, if you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's a cause for you to purchase my book called The True Meaning of the Salat. We're not taking any prisoners going into 2023. We want to be true humans, humus mind. If there's no moisture in the soil, there's not going to be any growth. If you put seeds into the ground and you don't water it and the soil becomes dry, you will have no growth coming out of that soil. It technically cannot even be considered soil. It's just dirt. If it's to be considered soil, then it has to be able to do what the soul does. We're talking about the Great Elimination. So if you eliminate growth from the soil by depleting the soil of its moisture, follow the logic based on what we've established so far about water, especially. If you refuse to allow for the seed to be in an environment where it can receive either rainwater or water from your sink, from your watering kettle or bucket, and that soil dries up and dries out to become just brittle dirt, out of which you will get no growth, then this is what we mean by the great elimination of the soul. The soul is the soil. It's only one letter difference, consonantal connections. The soul does exactly the same thing as a performance as the soil does. So just as the soil needs moisture in order to express growth, the soul needs its water content. It needs the proper and balanced emotionality. Now we're talking human life. It needs the proper balance, because you can't just flood the plant. You'll kill it if you give it too much water. And you'll kill a human being's potential if you give them or allow them to come into too much emotionality. See, that's the problem with most of the church people. They get overexcited in terms of their emotions and their love for Jesus. And the Muslims have done the same thing. They become overwhelmed by their love of Muhammad. I'm not saying not to love these figures. I'm saying don't let them drown out your potential as a human being in terms of what you were put here to do. Don't live vicariously through them. That's what you're being trained to do. Muhammad, he did it all. He was the everything man. So why do I have to work that hard? It's already done. Jesus died for my sins. What do I look like being such a goody-goody? I don't have to. All I have to do is repent on Sunday, drop something in the bucket before I leave the church, and I'm good until next Sunday. Then I'll do that same thing over and over again, and I can continue to live this corrupt, filthy life. I can continue to live as dirt because there's nothing moisturizing my soil or my soul. I want you to see how this goes according to the fitrah. So the soil needs a seed and the soul needs a seed. What is a seed? An idea. The soul has been created to accept ideas about who it is, what it's here for, what its purpose is, what the function of this life is, who created this life, where is this life going when it leads here. Those are seeds that need to be watered and nurtured, cultured, etc. And then the seed and the soil also needs access to sunlight. Sunlight. And what is sunlight representative of? Enlightenment, yes, but on what level? On the level of social interaction. When the sun comes out, that's when all of the socially oriented creatures come out to play, to work, etc. They go to sleep mostly at night, and there's just a few nocturnal animals out doing their thing. But on the most part, the creatures that engage each other in social communities, butterflies and whatever is in the forest and the skies, the birds, they come out when the sun is out. So the sun became a symbol of social engagement based on our social proclivities. As Allah created us, He created us to be what science calls gregarious beings, meaning that we have to, in order to satisfy the base part of our nature, we have to engage with other humans. They don't have to be related to us. We'll get to know them because we are gregarious. We like to congregate. See, gregarious, congregate. You go to church and you call it a congregation. You call Juma congregational prayer because your nature says, I'm supposed to be around other people like me. And again, if I don't yet know them, I'm going to get to know them. And the more I get to know them, the more comfortable I feel as a human being. How beautiful is that? Why would you want something other than that? So when a scheme is planted that says we're going to manipulate this human soul to the point where it no longer accepts the moisture, the emotional bonding. That is it's due. That's the way their God created them. He created them that they won't last without that moisture, without that comfort, that emotionality, that touchy-feely congregation thing, getting to know each other, helping each other, being in each other's midst, sharing stories and narratives and listening to the griot and the imam and the mufti and the preacher and the teacher and the rabbi. See, we're supposed to be out here listening to the guidance. But when we're not doing that, guess what's happening to our moisture? It's drying up right before us. When it dries up, what happens to the soil? It becomes dirt. So the great elimination of the soul, I repeat, is when souls begin to perform on the level of dirt. Well, how do we know when that happens, instructor? Because people will begin doing dirty things. Start with your government. Stealing all your money. Right before your eyes. Dirty shenanigan things. They say these people have been so dumbed down that they won't even notice if we do it right in front of their faces. Let's try to do this one in front of their faces. We need $1 trillion and we're going to send it to another country. Well, that community of yours shrivels up. Yeah. Oh, reparations, shut the hell up. You niggas, shut up about reparations. We're going to take this $50 billion and give it to the Ukraine. We're going to give this to Iran. So we're going to give it to our enemies if we before we give it to you. Man, oh man, right in front of your eyes. They are drying up your soil so that the ideas that are being deposited into your brain, coming directly from Allah's inspiration, there won't be anything for them to grow upon, because the foundation for your soul has been eradicated, meaning how you feel about each other emotionally, spiritually. See? When the water evaporates, it goes from being just emotion to being spirit. They're the same element. Water and air are the same element. Air is just a higher expression of your emotionality. That's how you know you have been emotionally evolved. When you're not just crying the blues about stuff, but you're seeking spiritual answers to questions. Before becoming emotional and saying, let's hurry up and do this before we die, you're saying, let's consult the greatest book of spiritual enlightenment on earth before we make a move like that that's going to affect us, our children, and our children's children to come. Before we give ourselves to that, because Fauci said it, no, we don't move upon Fauci. We move upon El Quran. I hope y'all are hearing me, because this is life and death that I'm discussing with you right now.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, this is life and death. And you won't be able to say, nobody told me. Not if you've been listening to us. Now, we're talking about the Great Elimination. And elimination is also a bowel movement. Y'all got that? In 2023, we are going to begin to see the dismantling of many long-standing institutions. Now, this is not me prophesying. This is just me predicting based on the trends. Imam Muhammad told us to be aware of trends. He told us about a book called The Mega Trends back in the 80s. He said, read it. It's predicting certain things that are pretty much sure to happen in the future of America and the world. Mega trends, not mega fads, that's different. Mega trends. So we're going to begin seeing the dismantling of many long-standing institutions. These are institutions that have been established upon a foundation of falsehood. They've been standing so long that you think they're predicated upon truth and righteousness, when all of the time they've been just biding their time, establishing themselves upon one lie after another lie after another lie. Falsehood. One of the major institutions among African Americans that will become totally revamped, again, this is a prediction. If you're listening to us and you're of the Christian faith and you're a church goer, this is no disrespect intended. This is a wake-up call for you. One of the major institutions among so-called African American people that will become totally revamped, ideologically speaking, is the so-called Black church. If your leaders in the church are not smart enough to yet stop calling themselves Black church, the Black church, if they're not smart enough to at least do that, that tells me a lot about where they are. They're still the Black church, really? You don't realize how the powers that be are laughing at you. Yeah, they're still Sambo. There goes Sambo. They won't tell you that out loud. They'll say it in their little meetings when you're not present. Yeah, little Sam. You know what Sambo means? Sam is from the Semitic word Shem. In Arabic, we would say Shams, and it means the sun. S-U-N. So what is Sambo? Bow is used to tie the hair. And see, when the hair is free, like Samson's hair was free, it represented the rays of the sun. See, when you tie that hair up by tying bows and ribbons, tie yellow ribbon around the old oak tree, huh? Yeah. then it prevents the hair from doing what it was intended to do. So what is this hair and what is this sun? Sun, again, is symbolic of social enlightenment. It represents the ability in your social nature to discover new and exciting things, because the sun is out and you can see what's in front of you. You can see who's in front of you. So the sun, a long time ago in mythology and in ancient religions, became a symbol of social nature, the social nature, social insights, etc. So what they're saying in giving us the name Sambo is that we've tied that nature up so that you can't express it. Could the so-called Black people express their true social natures back in the 1910s and 1920s and 1930s? No, you had better be where the leaders of racism in the world at that time said that you should be. You can't come out after 6 o'clock. There was a law out during Jim Crow days that said that more than 3 Negroes could not gather on the street at any given time. If there was a 4th and a 5th, you were going to be locked up and maybe beat, maybe killed. They limited the number of so-called Black people who could come together and just talk on the corner to 3. It's all symbolic, but they limit it to 3. Just like they called you 3/5 of a man. This is what I mean by coded language. If you're 3/5 of a man, it means you're no longer 5/5 of a man. 5/5 of a man is when a man has has grasp of his total 5 senses. So 2 of your senses had been put out. What are they? Your eyes and your ears. They don't care that you have the sense of touch, that you're still sensitive people. They made you sensitive in the church. They don't care that you still had access to intuition, because intuition was responsible for the inventiveness of George Washington Carver. He took a peanut without having a science lab. He got 300 and something inventions out of 1 peanut. He invented crop rotation that saved the South. George Washington Carver. So they wanted you with the intuitive urge, that spirit. They wanted that in you. They didn't do anything about your sense of smell. That's intuition. And taste. Taste simply means taste simply represents discrimination, the ability to discriminate. Say, I don't want that. Yeah, I'll take that, because they wanted you with a measure of responsibility in your life. They didn't want you to be the town drunk. They needed you for industry. So they wanted you to discriminate. We'd ask a young man that looks like he's coming around to court our daughter, say, who your daddy, boy? Where your people's from? Okay, they wanted that kind of discrimination among us, but they did not want you with insight. They did not want you with understanding. You see these ears that are standing under your eyes? They didn't want you with that. The combination of insight and understanding is going to bring you, when Allah blows his ruh into you, man, there's going to be such activation that nobody will be able to get you to stand in your way of becoming established. That's why you're 3/5 of a man. And most of us have agreed, I guess, somehow to remain 3/5 of a man, because we don't want insight and we don't want understanding. When it's brought to us, we say, get that Muslim stuff out of here, man, hearing that, man. Or they start screaming Jesus' name, like he's going to come and save them from this conversation. I thought your Bible said, rebuke Satan and he will flee from you. I'm still here, trying to bring you some more sense. So you're going to have to understand, and I'm telling you, I won't be the one to explain it to you. Circumstances are going to explain it to you over this next year. And what you're thinking is solid ground. Even the Bible tells you that there are houses that are built on a rock, and then there are some that are built on sand, fleeting sand. This is one of those houses, the Black church. And I have many Christians in my family. I don't hate Christians. I have children who are Christians. How can I hate Christians? I have relatives who are Christians. Wonderful people. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the institution. And I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this, and you'll understand. So this is going to happen particularly in the area of the ideology that's related to the image of Jesus the Christ as a so-called white man. That has to go. And more importantly, Jesus as the Son of God, that even more than Jesus being a white man, that ideology has to go. Neither of those concepts are supported in anybody's scripture if you understand what scripture is actually talking about. No, it's in the Bible, Mr. Instructor Guy. It's in the Bible that it says that Jesus is the Son of God. Why are you talking about our religion? I said, well, where does it say that, young lady? It's right here. Look in Matthew and look in John and look in, okay. Show me what you're pointing to. Right here. What language is that? English. What language did it come out of? Hamana. What is that word son in the language that this English word came out of? And how many words for son do they have in that language, whatever that language is? Let's say Greek. Greek has about 10 different words for love. You think they only had one word for son? Arabic has more than one word for son. I could say Hulem, that means son. I could say Ibn, that means son. I can give you 2 or 3 others in Arabic that are in the Quran that means son. So which son are we talking about? Because one is like an adopted son. The other one is a son in terms of the work that he does that is like the work that a son does for his father. That's the one that's being used for Jesus. But because you don't know that, you argue with it with the wind. So stop arguing and start studying. Just say, hey, well, maybe he's right. Let me check it out. Let me go ask my pastor. He's supposed to be knowledgeable in these things. If he's giving you a Bible that was originally in Greek, then let me see if he knows some Greek, at least those important words. So I won't be going to church every week, kowtowing to some English interpretation that's not the true meaning and message of the Bible. That's how you should be thinking. That's a person who's really waking up. And where does it say in the Bible that Jesus was a white man? Where'd that come? Why is that still all over your church and all over your jewelry and all of that and your paintings in the house? Your family is as black as coal. And you got a picture of a so-called white man, flowing blonde hair, brunette hair, or whatever, on your wall or in your church that you look at and just get all teary-eyed. Where is it established that that's what Jesus looked like? Those are the hardball questions that many Christians have already asked, and some of them have actually taken those images down out of their churches. I was happy that when I went to my daughter, who's a Christian, I went to her church, beautiful church. Wish we had some messages like the church I went to. There was school for the children, a play, area to play, socialize. Man, that place was, woo, it was nice. We're going to do that one day for Nunetics Institute. But I was so happy to see that they didn't have any images of Jesus the Christ, black or white, quote unquote. That shows you that the seasons are shifting. Much of that shift is as a result of Imam Muhammad's proclamation back in the late 70s, 78, 79, when he formed what was called an organization, CRAID, C-R-A-I-D, Committee for the Removal of Images that Attempt to Portray Divine. And we were out there strong in front of the churches, pleading with those people. Please, we're not trying to get you to give up Christianity. Just give up this fake, phony, fraudulent image. Because it's the #1 reason for white racism in the world, still today. So I don't want to hear it about all these other political and economic things that you're talking about are our problem. No, the first problem that you have to tackle, if you want to get rid of racism, take that white image out of the churches. Leave the church. Take the white images down of God and the Son of God. I won't even mess with you about the Son of God concept. That's going to grow in you also. You're going to get a better understanding of that. But at least take the image down. You know what images do in the minds of people? Now, ancient Egypt spoke of the soul as having 9 levels. We mentioned that last week. The number 9, I told you, alludes to new birth. That circle part of the 9 here is the belly, and that line coming down is the baby being born in the 9th month. So the number 9 itself represents new birth. The Egyptians spoke of the 3 essentials as Ka, Ab, and Ba. Those were 3 out of the 9 components that they had for the human soul. The main 3 were called Ka, Ab, and Ba. The reason this country is called America is because that Ka represents this Ka that they got from ancient Egypt. Amir means prince. Ka means the lowest level of the human soul. So when they named America, they were calling this the place where the lowest soul would rule, would be the prince. That Ka is the soul that we're calling your lowest proclivities, your instinctive drives, that level. That's why they call poop caca. That's why Imam Muhammad called the KKK the ka. It went out smelling up the place. Yeah. That's where life begins. That's not where it ends. That's where it begins. Do you know that the human fetus begins at the anus? Just giving you some science, just passing on some wisdom. When the human embryo begins to develop in the womb of the mother, the first part of the body that develops is the anus. Ka. So the letters Ka, Ab, and Ba, which are Egyptian sounds, Egyptian letters, those letters were transported over into the region of Mecca. They were imported as Kaaba. Now you might say, well, how can that be when the word Kaaba is mentioned in the Quran? Yes, but go look at the word in the Quran and tell me if it means what you've been going to visit. You have to understand what Allah is doing in the Quran. Allah is borrowing words from other mythologies, religions, languages, testaments, and he's revamping them for the Quran so that you'll get the truer and more essential and more necessary meaning. In the Quran, Kaaba is a reference to the ankle. Ka'abain, the 2 ankles, wash up to the 2 ankles. How did the Kaaba become an ankle? Those are the questions you need to ask your imam. Let's continue. The Kaaba is also a symbol of the human soul. And by the way, this cube that Muslims are worshiping in and around and blowing kisses at and reaching out to touch and getting beat back by the guards. Oh, that's sacrilegious what you're doing now, Imam. I can't go at what you're saying now. You're talking about our sacred relics. If you knew what a relic was, you would know not to worship it in the first place. There's nothing in the Quran that says it's sacred. No, it says debate, visit debate. Do you know the difference between Kaaba and Al-Bayt? You have to gather all of the places in the Quran where it speaks about Al-Bayt and then come back to me and we'll have a conversation. Especially the one that says Bayt al-Haram. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. Kaaba is what gave us the English word cube. And the cube is no new relic in ancient religion. The next famous one to the one in Mecca is the one in India. They already had the cube. They already had the circumambulation of the cube. They do that in India, wearing something similar to what the Hajis wear, except theirs is orange and not white. And they travel in the opposite direction that Muslims travel in. Allah tells you in the Quran that they were circumambulating the house before the time of Muhammad, whistling and clapping and running around the Kaaba in the nude. Allah doesn't speak favorably about that. Your history has been bamboozled, is the main point. And we're here to help make a contribution toward straightening it out. Hope y'all are not tired, because I'm not finished.
We're not tired.
Thank you. And if the Kaaba means ankle, how come the ankle's not a cube? I'm gonna go a little bit deeper than that. When you look up the word Kaaba in the Arabic English dictionary, you know what it says? Breasts filled with milk. Now those look like ankles. Breasts filled with milk? No, don't ask me no questions. That's in that dictionary. You got to go ask your imams those questions. Go to the Lane's Lexicon, go to the dictionary of the Holy Quran, look up the words Kaaba, and then we'll have a conversation. So the Kaaba, as they established it in Mecca, was actually just a ripoff of what they found in ancient India and in ancient Egypt. They already had a Kaaba. Even the Jews had their own version of the cube. They wear it to this day in their synagogues, and they tie it to their foreheads. They put a string, and they have a little cube. You can look it up right now in your encyclopedia online, wherever you want to go for that. It's a cube, a black cube. You find something different, you email me or you call me and say, I found something different here. There ain't no black cube around no Jews' head. Oh, yes, there is. And that predates Islam. So that ka, that ab, and that ba, it's just speaking to human development. That's all, from the bottom to the top, the essentials of human development. That's all. And it's a symbol of the human soul. Just like the human chakric development, those 7 levels are also indications of the growth and evolution of the human soul, from the root chakra all the way up to the crown chakra. All of these depictions throughout these different parts of the world are speaking to the growth. And why would they be speaking to anything else except the growth and development of the human being, when that was the centerpiece of ancient societies? It wasn't the television. They didn't have one. It wasn't the radio and going to see the Temptations at the Apollo Theater. That it wasn't back then to occupy them. The only thing they had to occupy them was what humans were doing and how humans were faring in terms of their development. So all they did was take that information and they codified it into systems of knowledge, systems of science and information. And although they had different names for them in different parts of the world, they had similar features in terms of their meanings. They looked at it from different perspectives. So from the ancient Egyptian perspective, they concentrated on those 4 corners. They concentrated on what they came to call the 9 levels of the soul, because they know the soul is supposed to bring you into new birth. And in other parts of the world, they saw it in other features and symbols. So this knowledge was invented out of ancient Egypt, talking about this Kaaba knowledge. It was invented out of ancient Egypt, not out of Mecca. The word Egypt, as I have told you before, is a code word. The letter E on the beginning of Egypt is symbolic of the human eye, E-Y-E. As small English letters, they are a pictograph of the two eyes with a nose in the middle. That's one eye looking at you. That's the nose in the middle of the two eyes. That's the other eye looking at you. That's what that is saying on the pictographic level. So that's the E. The Egypt part of the word is exactly what you are hearing. G-Y-P. Gyp. It means to cheat. Now, if you look this word up in its etymology, they're going to give you a whole nother connection for Egypt, which is also valid. I'm giving you the meaning that was given to us by Imam W. Din Muhammad after visiting Egypt and peeping into their secret knowledge. You had to solve a riddle back in the day just to get into Egypt. Yeah, if you had to solve a secret to get in, you don't think the whole country, the whole land was full of secrets that were only open to the initiates? So the Egypt part is also connected to the word gyp, and it means to cheat. Just like today, they have a group of people called the gypsies, and they are well known for being people who would go to different people in different towns and whatnot and gyp them out of their stuff. Gypsies. So Egypt, with E representing the eye, therefore represents the gypping of the eye or the vision, meaning that Egypt had established a science that they formulated for the particular purposes of gypping you out of what you thought you were seeing. They'd give you a knowledge. You thought they were giving you something high and mighty, something you could use. And when all was said and done, you found out that they had gypped you out of the value that you thought you were getting. They did this to the ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks and the ancient Egyptians formed a partnership at one point in history, about 5,000 or so years ago. They were mortal enemies at one point, fighting each other, and the Egyptians kept whipping their butts. So they came to the conclusion that maybe if we came together as a coalition, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, that's when you start to hear Greco-Roman, Egypto-Greco, Greco, Egypt. That's when you started to have those words come into vogue, when these people started to come together. But what was the purpose behind them coming together? The purpose was so that they could gank the rest of the world out of their stuff. And they began doing that, particularly in the most wealthiest parts of Africa, where they knew there was gold and diamonds and precious minerals such as those. Say, we'll go there and tell them a lie. We'll go there and lie to them and make them believe that their history is not really their history. This same trick was played in ancient India amongst the blackest of the black people there, called the Dravidians. That trick was played on them by the Indo-Europeans called Aryans that came out of Europe down into India, into the hot belt, into India. And again, went to war against those people, and they couldn't defeat them. They couldn't defeat the Dravidians. So they began to mismanage Dravidian scripture called the Vedic scripture, V-E-D-I-C. And they had color symbolism in their scripture. I'm giving you again insights from Imam W. D. Muhammad. They began to look at the color symbolism where the Dravidians in the Vedic scripture had concepts like children of the night, children of the dark, and children of the light. And they allowed the Aryans to retranslate their scriptures to the point of where children of the night became the Black Dravidians, evil people, and children of the light became the Indo-European Aryans. And a few hundred years of them believing like that, accepting that lie, weakened the Dravidians. And the Aryans were able to subdue them, come in and establish what is today still standing 5,000 years later as a caste system, C-A-S-T-E, where the whites are still on top and the Black Dravidians are called untouchables, and they're still at the bottom rung, doing all of the grunt work, the dirty work. Cleaning the toilet, all of the stuff that nobody wants to do. And you can't integrate one caste into another. You have to stay in your caste. So you got the Dravidians, the untouchables on the bottom, and you got the Brahmas on top, the Brahmins. All of them Aryans. So all they have to do is jip your vision. They did the same thing to many people on these shores by calling them names that weren't suitable for who they actually were. Right now, you're accepting the term African American, and you're no African. What is an African? That's a Greek word. How did people from that continent take on a name from a whole nother people from a whole nother continent? How did the country of Ethiopia become that name when Ethiopia is a Greek name? Abyssinia, that IA at the end of those words are from Greek language. How did they all become Greek words? How did you become Black people? How did they become white people? How did the Native American, quote unquote, become red? How did they even become Indians? And they weren't even from India. They found them here, but they thought they were in India when they got here. So they called them Indians, and that name still lasts until today in books. So when you begin to mismanage and misname people, then the whole history of a people can change because you're jipping the vision of those people. So Egypt is not limited to some land over in so-called Africa. Egypt is a scheme that's used by multiple leaders and leadership governments in history to jip people out of what's theirs. So you don't believe you deserve anything. When I come to take your stuff, you'll be happy I came. You'll be happy I got there to relieve you of the burden of all that money and that gold and those temples and those fixtures and all of those towns. And you'll be happy I came in and started regulating until you find out why I'm really there. That's why they had to kick Bill Gates off of the African continent, coming there trying to poison them with his vaccines. The African rulers, thank Allah for those presidents of those countries. They said, man, you got to leave here. I don't care how many billions of dollars you dangling before us. We don't want you here. We know what your scheme is. We're doing bad enough by ourselves. And I'm telling you, it's a part of the awakening, the grand awakening of the human population on this earth, and you're going to see it accelerated in 2023. Again, not a prophecy, just a prediction. It can happen or it can happen not. It's up to Allah. But I'm just telling you what I see from my perspective. So as you know, there are 7 essential colors in the chakra energy levels. These colors are found in the fitra of the rainbow. All of these 7 colors are found in the rainbow that appears after the rain. Beginning from the bottom, you have the red or the root chakra, followed by the orange sacral chakra, followed by the yellow solar plexus chakra, followed by the green heart chakra, followed by the blue throat chakra, followed by the violet, the third eye chakra in the forehead, followed finally by the indigo or the crown chakra. Those are the 7 colors that occupy your chakric energy system. Is it physical? If I cut my torso open, am I going to see these 7 colors? Heck no. If they cut your head open, are they going to see your thoughts? You cut your heart open, are they going to see emotions spill out? Nobody's that dumb. But you have to apply the same rule of logic to one that you apply to the other. These are energies that we're discussing. And those 6th and 7th chakras, they connect you with intuition and supracognitive capabilities. Now, if you don't remember anything else, remember that the 6th, the 3rd eye chakra, is where this intuition begins to grow. And it graduates up into the crown chakra. So between the 6th and the 7th chakra is where this supra-intuitive energy develops. Between the 6th and the 7th. And I said something to you last week that might need a little bit of further explanation. We were talking about the hadith, where it says that our Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old. But the same hadith and even other hadiths depicting the same narrative say that she was possibly 7 years old, not 6 years old. They couldn't agree as to whether she was a 6-year-old girl or a 7-year-old girl. And it says that when her father, Abu Bakr, one of the closest companions to Muhammad, came to explain to her that she was going to be married off to the Prophet, it says that they found her playing with her doll. I'm going to look at you again when I say that. They found her playing, this 6-year-old or 7-year-old, she was playing with her dolls. And it says they just came and told her, they didn't ask her anything. You're going to marry you have an opportunity to be married to the Prophet, little daughter. He wants to marry you. What does that say? It says in the minds of the civilized world that that man who they're calling Prophet Muhammad, who's not Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad would never have done such a thing. But they're calling that personage in that myth that they developed, Muhammad the Prophet, they're calling him a pedophile. What else would you call somebody come after your 6-year-old daughter to marry her? You wouldn't see them as a pedophile. Oh, brother Akhi, he married her at 6 or 7 years old, but he did not have sex with her until she was 9. Okay. Follow that same rule of logic for your 9-year-old daughter. Would you do that? And let's say she wasn't 7, but she was 9. Okay, that makes it better. Oh, they were much more advanced in those years. Come on, how many excuses are you going to make for them turning your prophet into a pedophile right before your eyes? Egypting your eyes. That's Egypt. You fool. When people cheat you right in front of your eyes, they're cheating you out of your change. You gave them this amount of money and they give you back what they're, less than what you do, and you just go for it. You know something's wrong. You said, well, he's the store manager. He went to school for finance. I guess I'm wrong. And that's how Muslims look at it. I guess I'm wrong if I feel bad about the prophet doing what average pedophiles are doing. See, until you change that paradigm, that's another thing that's going to change next year. These fake, fictitious, phony hadiths are going to be kicked in the ass and dropped off the tallest mountain. Oh, he's gone. Oh, Lord, now he's calling our hadiths fake, fictitious curse words. That's what your scholars right now in Mecca are calling them also. Begin with the Crown Prince. He said 98% of the hadiths that he has read through and that the scholars have read through, he said they're not valid. 98%? Do you know how high that is? So they said that they're going to revamp, they're going to reread all of the hadith literature and only put the stamp of approval on those that can be proven to be true. although all of them came about 250 years after the passing of the prophet. How do you know what's true from what's not true? And why do you think you need them in the first place? Does the Quran tell you that they are necessary? The Quran says about itself that the Quran is ahsanul hadith, the most excellent hadith. And then Allah says, and in what hadith will you believe in after this? Wake up, Muslim. It'll be a shame if the rest of the intelligent world wakes up before you, as they are doing, laughing at the Muslim world. Look, their prophet married a 6-year-old. That's not what that story was about. It was symbolism. These people were steeped in secret society wisdom that they were learning from studying the language of ancient Egypt and other places, ancient India. These Muslims, not the Muslims so much, but the Persians. That's where they got this from, the ancient Persians that were interplaying with India and these other ancient societies and their wisdom. And they understood what 6 and 7 meant. And they understood what the word Aisha meant. And they understood what the Jewish Hebrew word Asiya meant. Go into last week's Great Elimination Part 1, and you'll hear all of the details concerning that. So they weren't saying that this physical girl, Aisha, was married to the prophet. They were saying that the prophet was indicative of this level of chakric growth and development. That his mind was on the level of evolution that had already reached the third eye, perception and insight, and was graduating to the 7th level, perception and insight. And that he didn't produce from it until the 9th year, until she became 9. And I told you that 9 represents new birth. And it represents that all over the world. Because all over the world, human beings are giving birth as women in the 9th month, between the 9th and the 10th month. But we can't see the scheme because we don't know how to read the language. So I say leave the language alone altogether and stick with the Quran. And still you need a filter to get through that, because they manipulated the meanings of those Arabic words so that they reflect ancient Persian meanings and not ancient Fitra-based Arabic meanings. You want to get the best of what's necessary for understanding the Quran, stick with this Nunetics method that gives you the meaning of every Arabic letter as those letters are connected to Allah's Fitra, the world of nature. How can you go wrong? Now it's not Sheikh this one and Ulima that one that's giving you the meanings for Quranic words. God bless their hearts for what they've done. But now you can double and triple and quadruple check their scholarship by taking those letters and saying, let me see what this means in the Fitra. And then look at the qualities of the Fitra and see if those attributes fit those meanings that the scholars gave you. You don't have to get rid of the scholars. Just do some due diligence and double and triple and quadruple check their findings. That's all. And now you have a right to ask them, how did you come to the conclusion that we should beat our women if they disagree with the men? And then ask him to go to the word that's being used. Adribuhunna from daraba. Say, how did now daraba is dod, ra, ba, or bait. Okay. Show me from the meanings of those 3 letters how it fits into this paradigm of yours of beating the women because your spaghetti wasn't hot enough tonight. Or, some dumb reason like that. She disagreed with you. Not because you disagreed with Allah, because you disagreed with you. You said Allah gave you permission to beat her. And then they tried to clean it up in the hadith. Oh, well, yeah. The Prophet said that it's okay. We can beat her, but like with something like as light as a toothbrush, a miswak. How dumb does that sound? Now you're going to go about beating your wife with a toothbrush. And don't beat her to leave marks on her. What is she? A cow? A goat? What? Who are you dealing with here? How in the world can your brain ever come to respect women on the level that Allah created them on, that majestic level, if you will, that level of dignity and honor that they deserve? How in the world are you going to ever respect them on that level when you're seeing them as something that you can just beat because they disagree with you? Don't talk back to me. If I want a second, a third, a fourth wife, you have nothing to say about it. Where's that in the Quran? Amazing. I ain't seen their brother yet who claims to have a second, third, and fourth wife say that he did it for purposes of taking care of orphans. That's what the Quran says it's for. I ain't seen one yet. Now, I'm sure they're out there. Hello. But I ain't met them. You can't tell that to people fresh off of slave plantations and Jim Crow. You can't tell that to the rest of the Muslims, but you can't tell that to us. Whose woman was over them for 400 years, telling them what to do? Because the so-called white master was telling her that, you know, you better put your man in check. You better put that boy in check. And that man would come and grab the slave's wife and do all kinds of unmentionable things in front of the slave to intimidate him. Now, all of a sudden, you're free. And look at the advantage now. Now, you talk back to her or you raise your hand against her, she take you to court. And that same judge used to be the slave master. That's his son, his grandson. What that boy do to you, Sally? Lock him up. He'll never do that again. So she had an advantage. And the righteous women amongst them just did their best to deal with the situation and try to maintain whatever little semblance of dignity that man had left. This is the real history that we're discussing. And you're going to take a man like that, put him somewhere where he gets introduced to Shahadatain. He comes out of there, heated as a bull, don't know a lick of Arabic, ain't never read the Quran, but he's a Muslim and now he's entitled to 4 wives. You must be out of your mind. Come trying to get one of my daughters and see what happened to you. You draw back a limb if you leave at all. I'm telling you straight up. It don't work like that. Continuing and completing.
Praise be to Allah for that one, bro.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank Allah. We thank Allah. So no, if you're going to look at Muhammad the Prophet, understand his internal development is all this is saying. These are not necessarily lying. They're just using coded language that the people of their times understood because they weren't talking to regular people with these hadiths and these other things. They were talking back and forth with each other in symbols, like scriptures do. That's what scriptures do. They talk back and forth with the people who understand the coded messages. To the common people, this is, what's the word they have for that? Vulgar. This is considered vulgar language, unintelligible language. They kept it like that on purpose because they did not want the common knuckleheaded people to come into that level of wisdom without certain disciplines being in place. So it's not that they just went about making up stuff. Many of the hadiths are made up, but some of them are legitimate because they're coded messages. And if you don't know how to interpret the code, then leave it alone. You don't need the code. You don't need the hadith. The Quran is the most excellent hadith. The Quran is fully detailed, as it says, about itself. I don't know what else to say to you. I might not say anything at all in 2023 about this subject. I've said enough, and other people are saying enough. And if you can't see it, it's because you're stubborn and you want to hold on to your old habit of believing in fairy tales because you love fairy tales. I told you a habit is something that cannot be in place unless you learn to love it. I don't care if it's killing you, like smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol. You claim that you don't like doing it because it's turning you into a drunk and turning you into a cancer victim and all. But the only reason you continue to do it is because you love it. And the word habit comes from hibbun, Arabic, hibbun, love, something you desire, something you love. That's why you don't want to give it up. So until you learn to stop loving it, and there are beautiful hadiths to that effect about the things you love, that you're not really giving charity until you give of those things you love. Oh, I love that one. I don't have to believe that it came necessarily from Muhammad the Prophet to love it. It's beautiful. My grandmother, if she said it, it's still beautiful. Love for your brother and sister what you love for yourself. I don't care if Cousin Pookie said that. I'm going to still love that. That's intelligent. But it cannot match the wisdom of the Quran. Because Allah has power packed the language of the Quran so that every letter and every sound is revelation. You can't say that for the hadiths. The hadiths are man transmitted. They're transmitted by humans. They're not revelation. Anzala al-Quran. They're not revelation like the Quran being sent from on high. So you have to understand that. So that's all that's saying. Lastly, we mentioned this last week. Jesus the Christ was put on the cross in the 9th hour and gave up the ghost in the 11th hour, according to the Bible. This is how 9/11 became the number for emergencies. He died after being given vinegar and hyssop. We spoke about that. Vinegar cuts the breath, meaning the spirit, and hyssop lowers the blood pressure. Blood means the social pressure. So this is what you're to look for in understanding what the death of Jesus the Christ actually means. Jesus the Christ, as depicted in the Bible, is saying the same thing that Imam Muhammad was speaking to when he spoke about the great elimination of the human soul. Jesus is that soul. That's why they called him the Son of God. That word son was originally put in the Bible as S-U-N, the light of the world. You get it? For as long as he's in the world. See, as long as the sun is in the world, it's the light of the world. When the sun goes down, no more light. So this crucifixion, and remember, the Bible calls Jesus the body Christ, meaning he's the people. He's not this individual. He's the people. This is talking about the crucifixion of a particular people. It's a scheme that they keep on enacting over and over and over again in history. The most recent enactment of the crucifixion of Christ happened during the COVID lockdown with what they called the emergence of the corona. What is the corona? It's the crown. What did they put on the head of Jesus? A crown of thorns. What happened when they did that? They pressed it into his scalp and he began to bleed. Imam Muhammad said that blood represents your common senses. It's because of the lies that they are impressing upon your intellect to accept. Thorns. Thorns take liquid and it sucks it in. Like a cactus, like the cactus sucks in the water out of the air in the desert. It's greedy. That's all it's saying. They impressed upon something that would make you totally greedy. What did I say in the beginning about the mineral kingdom, the mineral kingdom? It represents selfishness, greed, mine. That's what the thorn is doing. It's saying to the air, there's very little here. I want that. I'm going to suck that in. I'm going to keep that for myself. Mine. It's mine. You might not understand it now, but I say just keep listening. Replay this and take notes and replay this. And if you ask people, you probably get yourself in trouble because they don't understand this. They're so used to the traditional dialogue that it's hard for them to come into any semblance of sense. It's difficult when you're so used to the habit of going for the okie doke. but send it to them anyway. So it's talking about the manipulation of the people's spiritual nature. Vinegar cuts the spiritual nature. You can't tell me that you've been spiritually inclined during the lockdown. You can't tell me that what they gave you as a 1-2 punch in the solar plexus didn't knock the wind out of you. They literally laughed at you by making you wear the masks that were designed to cut off your breathing. That's the vinegar. Just cut off your breathing, covering the nose, covering the mouth. You don't understand the symbolism. That's ancient symbolism. That's the first thing they did to the slaves when they brought them here from Africa. They put those contraptions on their face that covered their noses and their mouths. Those were metal. They were saying to you, shut up. We don't want to hear from you. You dumb animal, you. And that's exactly what these masks were saying. Shut up. Don't question us. We do what we want to do. And they'll tell you in their papers and in their CDC reports and in their National Institute of Health reports, I've seen them I have copies of them actually, where they said at the beginning of this, they said that Fauci said, I said, we know that these masks that we're encouraging them to wear, we know that they don't do anything to stop the COVID virus. It's too minute. It's too small. It's too infinitesimally small for this mask to stop it. It goes right through this mask. It says thousands of times through each hole. The virus can get through each one of those holes hundreds of times. They said the reason why I am recommending these masks, listen to his answer. The reason I am recommending these masks is because it makes the people feel safe. So in other words, I went through this masking up my 85-year-old grandfather who's already compromised in terms of his lungs and his ability to breathe and all of that and getting fresh air. And I actually forced him into wearing a mask at 85 years old, and not just to wear it when he's in the supermarket. I want him to wear it when he's in the car. Even if he's by himself, I want him to still wear it. If he's out in the bright sunshine, and that's supposed to kill the virus. If it's above 70 degrees, it's supposed to kill the coronavirus. So they said at the beginning of this, but it's 80 degrees now, and he's still out here. He's sweating, and he can't hardly breathe. I'm listening to him on the supermarket line. He's wheezing, but he won't take that mask off. Fauci weeks ago said it was over. Biden, weeks ago, when they asked him, a reporter says, is it over? Yeah, it's over now. You can get rid of. Why am I still seeing us in the streets wearing masks? What are you afraid? Who told you something different? What scientists? What science are you following now? I thought you were following the science. Well, the scientists that you believe in, they said it's over. Why are your aunties and uncles and you still walking around like, I know better than them? There's still something out here. Yeah, flu season. Yeah, people are getting the flu and people are getting strange things, and they have unleashed something. But whatever that was that they unleashed, your little drugstore mask, your little 5 and dime store mask can't stop it. You better learn how to breathe. You need to learn how to meditate. You need to learn how to eat better food. And if you're Muslims, you should not have had a problem in the beginning staying clean. You got a ritual prayer that makes you clean up 5 times a day at least. But now you don't even want to hug your brother, your sister, your mother. It's an amazing thing that they did. That's a part of the elimination of the soul. Let me end on this point. See, in the word consolidate is the word soul, S-O-L. It means to bring the soul back together. This is where you get the word reconcile. See, recon, but the real meat of the word is the SL sound, sile. They spell it with a C, but it's really the SL, reconcile. Sile is the soul, because the soul can be separated from itself, the components of the soul. Remember, there are divisions of the soul. And if a real crafty schemer can get into the soul, and begin dividing and separating and snipping and poking and all of that. By the time you come out of that strange operation, your soul is all over the place. That's how it becomes eliminated. And just like a great bowel movement, it just gets flushed down the toilet. You're still standing. That's what Imam Muhammad said. He said the elimination of the soul of the human. He said that doesn't mean that they're going to come get you physically. He said they want you here for industry and for commerce. So it's not that they're going to kill all of us off physically, although they are making a serious attempt to do that also. Through the poisoning of a lot of the things, from the air to the food, the vegetation, all of that is being poisoned because they truly believe that there are too many people on planet Earth for them to support. They don't need all of these numbers anymore. According to the Kissinger report of 1976, I think it was, 1974, the Kissinger report, it was kept secret for many years until the Freedom of Information Act made it public. And it tells you right there that they had a plan for the depopulation of planet Earth by 2/3. That's a lot of people. What is Bill Gates saying? Exactly the same thing. The world needs to be to decrease in numbers by so many billions. There's too many. There's 7-point-something billion people. That's too many. We need to bring it down to 3 billion. Well, how are you going to bring it down to 3 billion without killing people off outright? Planned Parenthood, like your daddy was doing? Talking to Bill Gates now. Your father was the king of baby crematoriums, abortions, Planned Parenthood, working with a witch, Margaret Sanger, a witch who outright said she was coming to get the darker people of America's babies and encourage abortions amongst the darker people because they were like scavengers. My words, but she had worse words than that. So you need to really study. That's all I'm asking y'all to do. Study these things. Don't take my word. These people don't love you. Study. So this was a scheme that was designed to impact your spirit and also impact your social life. See? Vinegar and hyssop. Hyssop lowers the blood pressure. So what does that mean? In the scheme that I'm outlining based on the whole COVID shenanigan, they understood the science of introducing language into the public that would serve to lessen the amount of social pushback that you would normally get when you know your babies are being threatened, when you know your elders are being threatened, when you know your child's education is being threatened. You can't go to school because there's some invisible enemy out here to get you because we said that enemy is out here. So nobody reacts. The social pressure is dampened, lessened, nullified. That's Jesus being crucified on the cross of language. I told you that the word social, S-O-C-I-A-L, is a code word for the soul's shell. Soul, S-O-U-L, shell, S-H-E-L-L, social is a code word for soul shell. What do we mean by soul shell? We mean that this is the protection for your soul, just like the shell is the protection for the turtle or for whatever other animal. Where's a shell? It's that animal's protection against outside antagonists. So what does that mean in relation to the human soul? It means that your soul can only survive if it is in the presence of other souls, of other people. It has to be in a social environment for the soul to be protected. They say that the worst form of punishment is isolation. Ask the prisons. Say, what's the worst form of punishment you can give to an inmate, an unruly inmate, or an inmate who doesn't do what you want him to do? They say we put him in isolation. Look at the word isolate. You see soul hiding in that word also? Listen to it. Ice. Soul. Late. When you say the late Bobby Humphrey, or no, well, that's an entertainer. The late Jeffrey Norman. What does late mean? It means dead. Ice, so is putting the soul on ice until it becomes dead. That's what isolation is doing. Doesn't mean the person died physically. It means that the person's sensitivities, their soul died or was eliminated. So the great elimination is also the great isolation effort on the part of language manipulators to feed you concepts to put you under fear and intimidation. Allah says that for the faithful, there shall be no fear, nor shall you grieve. So why are we fearing? Why are we grieving? So this crucifixion represents the manipulation of the human being's spiritual and social life. So in order for you to revive this soul that has been put under this kind of tyranny, to eliminate it, in order for you to survive, you have to begin to bring the components of the soul back, like the son of Osiris had to do for his daddy. They had to find the 14 different pieces of his daddy's body and bring them back and begin to put them back together like puzzle pieces until the picture was once again whole. That's what we have to do now for the human soul. But how are you going to do that? I'm talking to Muslims now. How are you going to do that when the average one of you Muslims cannot even tell me what the soul is according to the Quran? You read the word nafs, they translate that as soul. Then you go read the word ruh, and they say soul. So what's the difference? One says spirit, one says soul for the same word. What's the difference between the spirit and the soul? Who are these people translating this? These are the people we trust with the scholarship of the Quran? People who don't even know the difference between a ruh and a nafs? That means they're not really doing any independent investigation of these words. They are accepting a narrative that is coming to them from somebody else who has an agenda that is depending on us to believe a particular way so that they can enact their agenda and keep themselves in positions of power over us. You want to be real Muslim, you have to come through our door. Those days are there. I'm telling you that boy, oh boy, am I so happy to announce that that door is closing on them, and it's going to slap them in the butt as it does if they don't give it up. The scholars in Mecca, they see the writing on the wall, the handwriting on the wall, and they're saying, well, we better first start distancing ourselves from these hadiths, because these are where the problems are. We know that, but now they done caught up with us, so we gotta weasel our way out of this one. But those who stick to it and just publicly keep saying that your Sheikh Mufti Menk and these people who keep, and Numan Ali Khan and these people that want to hold on to those things for dear life, even though you can hear it in their voice that they know these things are not correct. But their master, their puppet masters say, you're going to lose this academy, you're going to lose this income. You go ahead and tell all those thousands of people who love you and love listening to you that these hadiths are weak and unverifiable, and see what happens to your position. You don't understand what you're dealing with. You need an independent voice like Instructor Benjamin Bilal. I will never go to work for any of those powers. If I do, you need to leave me. You see my talk starting to change and kowtow to the establishment. No, well, you need to back it up and say, well, no more instructor Bilal for me. I'll try to find another. I'll pray for another independent mind to come along. Because in me, you're dealing with somebody who really doesn't care one way or another, whether he gets limelight or not. The only reason I would like some limelight is that it would help your situation if I were better known. Now, the next part of the strategy in this crucifixion depiction was to stab him in the ribs. And it says, out came blood, which represents social integrity, and water, moral integrity. So how do we know that blood represents social integrity? Blood runs through the body in the same way that the social nature is designed to run through communities and societies. People are supposed to have their social necessities distributed equally and fairly in the community. They're not supposed to be people who are living high on the hog, as they call it, and then other people who are barely making it. They're not supposed to be people who can establish a Walmart and at the same time develop a scheme to squash out the mom and pop store, which is what they've done during the COVID thing. They got rid of all of the small and independent businesses. If you were operating a small business during those 2 or so years, your business is gone and you know it. And you didn't get any government assistance to help reopen that business once they said this thing is coming to a conclusion or to an end. You didn't get any help from the government, but they sent trillions of dollars overseas to people that you ain't never even heard of before. They are intentionally attempting to deplete the American society of its economic base because they have a new plan for America. Remember, it's America. These people are attempting to be prince over your lower soul. So they have to do things to juggle with your lower soul, your instinctive drives, your need for food. See, they say there's going to be a shortage. Everybody's out at the supermarket buying out everything on the shelves because they're manipulating your instinctive drives. They want you to believe that if I don't go do this now, even if I have to step on a pregnant woman's belly, which they have been doing, they were doing that just when they had a sale on widescreen TVs, much less COVID. But let them say water is going to be depleted or food is going to be, bread is going to be a toilet paper and all of that. Those people will run over your great grandmother to get that stuff because they're moving based on survival instincts. The whole population practically has been reduced to the lowest level of human survival urges. People laid out all on the streets of Los Angeles in tents, and some of them not in tents, just laying out on the sidewalks. It's pathetic, and the whole world is witnessing it because these people on top, whoever they are, and don't think it's the people whose faces you're seeing. Those are just the puppets of people whose faces you will never see and names you will never know. Even George Soros is not the top bunk. He's not even the top bunk. If he was the top bunk, how did that other little crazy whiz kid that they just locked up or took to court, how did he become on par with George Soros, with the money that George Soros is supposedly having? Somebody just rise up out of nowhere and have money almost equal to George Soros, who funded Black Lives Matter? That raises a question mark right there. It is an amazing phenomenon. So let's talk now about how to bring this soul back into reconciliation. First, you have to get that knife out of your rib. They stabbed Jesus in the ribs and out came blood and water. So you have to get whatever blood means, your social nature, your social life, your social concerns, your social integrity. You have to begin working on rebuilding that. How do you do that? Go talk to your neighbor. How do you do that? Go to your masjid, go to your church, go to your synagogue and see who it is you can help that day or that weekend. Who has a business that went down or who lost a job and can't feed those 5 and 6 and 7 children that they have? Start there. That's going to rebuild your sense of social integrity and social obligation. That's going to assist in you rebuilding your own soul. You have to be a giver, not a taker. You have to be able to say what Allah has given me is everybody. It's theirs. It's not mine. I'm just a caretaker. It's not mine. It's theirs. I'm just a trustee. See, unless you can see yourself like that, you're not going to make it. You're going to go out with the tide. I'm telling you. Your body will still be here with your expensive watch, your expensive suit and tie, but your soul would have been long gone. You don't want to see that day come. There are people walking around like that right now. You pass them every day on the subway, on the highway, in the stores, in the movie theater. You pass these people every day whose souls have long gone. And all they live for is an opportunity to take something else that somebody else has and claim it as theirs with no consciousness about it whatsoever. That's the elimination of the soul. This word elimination, I want you to look at it. Hope I'm not tiring y'all out on this Friday evening. Elimination. Look at it. Take the E off. You already know that means to go out. Then you have this break. Then you have this break. And next semester, I'm going to teach you the essentials for breaking down any English word, because all of these parts have meanings. The E means something. The root word, which is lemon, that has a meaning. The T feminizes the word, and the eon is actually ion. And if I put the T on there, then it's shun, S-H-U-N, which means to stay away from, to shun. English is a technology language, but it's full of wisdom. Now, let's look at this root here, lemona. If I were to take out the essential consonants, I would have the L, the M, and the N. Now, those are the letters that give us the word liminal. Liminal means threshold. That means the point at which one space joins a next space, like the threshold of the door. You're on this side of the door. If you step over the threshold of the door, you're in another room or another space. That's what liman is. And before you step into another space that you're not familiar with, you know, it's like they say, look both ways before you cross the street, right? He used to tell us that as children, because the street is a threshold that you have to cross over to get to the other side. You don't always know what's waiting for you on the other side. So you're cautious. You're cautious, see? So liminal represents caution in the intellect. Where are you getting this, Instructor Bilal? From the Quran. The 3 levels of the nafs. The first one is nafsin la amara. We're not going to deal with that right now. We're going to deal with the second one in the middle of the 3. Nafsin lawama. See? Nafsin lawama. You see the L? You see the mim? Lawama. And the N is a sort of suffix. A sort of suffix. The main letters are the lam and the mim in lawama. It's also where they get the English word lemon. Because when you bite into a lemon, the taste of the lemon forces you to be cautious. So this has to do with caution in the intellect. Lawama. Caution in the intellect. When you're invited to do certain things and you give it a second and a third thought, you say, well, I don't know if that's going to be, I don't know what's on the other side of that road if I cross it. I don't know what's going to happen if I step across this threshold. See, nafs and lawama, that's that process in the intellect that is making those kinds of decisions because there's a possible danger in this. So elimination is the going out of this process. When the intellect learns to eliminate things, it's supposed to eliminate things that are no longer servicing the life of that person or of that body. When your body has an elimination, a bowel movement, it's getting rid of stuff that no longer serves a purpose in the body. So what they're saying is that your soul no longer serves a purpose in their scheme. Used to be that they wanted you to have a soul. They wanted you to have emotional concerns. They wanted you to be a family person. They figured out now that if we just eliminate those tendencies altogether, we can actually bring in a new scheme called the robots. And they'll be the new humans. You think I'm playing? You haven't been paying attention. They have robots right now ready to take our places in the workforce. Robots are going to be parking your car. In fact, the car can park itself now with the technology that they have. They have developed these robots now, these AI robots, where they are warm to the touch. Because certain freaky deaky men among them said, I'm tired of having to deal with females. And I'm not necessarily the kind of person who wants a male partner, sex partner. So I'm going to wait for them to put this big human adult-sized Barbie doll on sale. And she'll talk to you. You got to look at her real good to see that she's not really human. She'll talk, she'll blink her eyes, she'll hold your hand, she'll be warm to the touch. And you can do everything that you would normally do with your woman. Isn't that some crazy stuff? Yeah, robots waiting to take your place. And they're doing it, they're rolling it out incrementally so that you won't notice it. Okay? Virtual, they give you those big old glasses. So you're looking at people doing all kinds of crazy stuff in your own head through these glasses, and they're just preparing you for the eventuality that they're going to start eliminating numbers of people from planet Earth who they consider to be the incorrigibles. And that's why they're letting everybody out of the prisons now. They don't care. They want the society to just fall. How are you going to let out rapists and child molesters as a judge? You say, well, I'll let them out. If you kill somebody, you give them bail, they get out the next day so they can kill again. They want that to happen, people. It's not obvious to you. The question should be why? Because you're living in the day of the great elimination of the human soul. And it's when your soul becomes desensitized to that. That's when they got you. The best you can do right now is what Imam Muhammad suggested. He said you need to get together with the people who think like you and start to form small communities all across the country. He said, and let these big cities go to hell. He said, they're going to hell anyway. He said, get out of the big cities. That's Imam Muhammad talking, not me. Get out of the big cities. Shout out to Dr. Omar Zaid, who was smart enough a few years ago to get out of the big cities and take his family elsewhere where they could live a fitra-based life, even if it's among the Seventh-day Adventists. See, you're so busy trying to find quote unquote Muslims that you missed the mark. Muslim is just anybody who agrees to live with you in peace without violating the regulations of common decency. And how are you going to ever have anybody else agree to be what you are unless you set the example? And you won't be able to set that example through the establishment of rituals, just pure rituals. You're in the middle of a conversation. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I need to go. Give me 10 minutes. I'll be back. It's not like you're a doctor who had to run to surgery. You had to run and throw water on your face and your hands and your feet, stick your feet in the sink and all of that. And then, start reciting Allah's book back to Allah. Like he don't know it. You call an adhan that's not even in the Quran. By phrases that Allah never established in the Quran, such as Allahu Akbar. There is no Allahu Akbar in the Quran. There is no Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah in the Quran. There's no Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah in the Quran. There's no Hayya ala salat in the Quran. There's no Hayya ala falah in the Quran. There's no Allahu Akbar in the Quran. The only thing out of the adhan that is actually in the Quran is La ilaha illallah. Allahu Akbar was here before the Quran was delivered to Muhammad. The pagan Arabs believed in a God called Allah, who is the highest of the pantheon of gods that were existing in and around the Kaaba. Allah was the only one who was considered to be invisible and the chief deity amongst the 360 some odd idols in the Quran. Allah was already here. Study the history. So when they said Allahu Akbar, they were saying Allah is greater than the pantheon of gods. Akbar is a comparative statement. You can't say that about Allah because he's incomparable. You can't compare him to anything. He is Allah al-Kabir. You can say that, Allahul Kabir, but you can't say Allahu Akbar. Find that in the Quran. You don't find it. Because it's comparative. And you can't compare Allah. As soon as you attempt to compare Allah, you have committed shirk. Yeah, I'm going deep now. Muslims all over the planet are committing shirk unknowingly, unwittingly, as they say, every time they say Allahu Akbar. So how in the world could you believe that Muhammad the Prophet ordained or supported that, what they call the adhan? The word adhan, that's not even in the Quran. Allah says, I heard a caller calling to faith, but the word is not adhan. The word adhan is in the Quran, but it doesn't mean calling to prayer, to ritual prayer. Udun, the ear, that's all it means, from ear, the caller to the ear. It's not in there. I'm busting a lot of bubbles tonight. I know. But I'm doing it in the spirit of love, sharing, and trusting your intellect and your sensitivities to be properly configured if your soul hasn't been overly damaged. So when we talk about isolation, that's the trick that has been played. We have to begin to put into effect the great consolidation, bringing the soul and its portions back and placing them appropriately back into the human life, beginning with our social interaction, as I said, and also continuing with the discussion of spiritual knowledge, particularly from the Quran, discussing these spiritual concepts, these spiritual terms, to see how they apply to our human life and existence. So if Allah says that he is Rabbil Alameen, we have to begin dissecting that. What is Rabb? What is El Alameen? Does that mean Lord of all the worlds, these planets? No. That would be Rabbil El Awalam, Lord of all of these physical planets. El Awalam, but not El Alameen. El Alameen has to do with knowledge content. Imam Muhammad said, the Lord of all systems of knowledge, ilm, el-alameen, ilm. It also means the one who is the creator and developer and evolver of all possibilities for knowledge. everything that contains a possibility for becoming known, even if it's not yet known. Allah is the one who is evolving that knowledge so that it comes out of the unknown as a possibility and into the known. For instance, a recent invention or something that was not known last year, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, it's known now. Allah is the one who is evolving that knowledge out of the unknown into the known. El-Alamin. So start there. Alhamdulillah, start there. You have to start all over again. I had to start. I'm always starting over again. I'm always approaching the Quran as though I've never read it. And I say, okay, Alhamdulillah, what does this al mean? What is that suggesting? Alif Lam, what does that mean? I check it in Hebrew. I check it in other languages. And I say, well, let's see if there's some comparison to be made. Or let's see, maybe they made a wrong turn and Allah in the Quran is putting their wrong turn back on the right road. But that's just me. That's how I study. But trust me, if you can get through the Quran, and I'm giving this upcoming course, which is a separate course, as I told you, where we're going to be exploring only the so-called abbreviated letters in the Quran, such as Alif Lam Mim, the so-called abbreviated letters. I call them so-called because the word for abbreviated letters is not found in the Quran. So who's manipulating the language like this to make us think that these signatures, these letters are abbreviations of something? I am Allah, the all-knowing. You know, they give you all kinds of guesswork. When Allah says that the Quran is perfectly clear, no ambiguity. And Allah says that he guides whomsoever he pleases, and that with the Quran, he guides many, and with the Quran, he leads many astray. But he said, none go astray except those who have a will to go astray. So if you don't have a will to go astray, you're not trying to manipulate anybody, to fool anybody, to try and make a Muslim or a Christian or something like that, and you don't have any negative intentions, feel free to read the Quran and ask questions. And just do your best that when you come into better understanding, to accept it. And if it is intended to override a previous view that you now know to be faulty, you need to learn to just shuck that previous view. Just leave it alone. So the key takeaway words: social, the soul's shell. What will protect your soul is your being social. Don't let anybody come among you and start talking about social distancing ever again. Laughing at you, 6 feet. Why not 5 feet? Why not 7 feet? Because they know in their corrupt language, 6 means death, underground. 6 feet under is what they were saying. That's what we're going to do to you when you're finished. Your soul is going to be 6 feet under. 6 as a number represents materialism, the ground, the earth. And they say that the beast's number is 666. That represents 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. That's your flesh, your material body that they're talking about is the beast. And it is the beast. If there's no active mind, there's no humus mind in that body, then that mind, that person becomes the beast. 666. You're just operating off the instincts of your biology: sex, food, play, sleep. That's 666. Don't look for no beast coming with no one eye in his forehead. All of that is symbolism. The Dajjal with 2 eyes, one of them as a grape, and all of that is mythology. They're high ups. They know what that means. They want you to think it's literal so that you can bug out every Ramadan looking for the Dajjal, the Dajjal. Where's the word Dajjal in the Quran? Then why are you giving it that kind of time and attention if it's not even in there? It speaks about a beast, but it never calls them Dajjal. It says that Allah will raise up or allow to be raised up a beast in the latter days that will speak to you. Yeah, that's your flesh and blood body, your appetite for materialism. That's what's speaking to you as we speak. The fear of losing this mortal flesh. you have a fear of losing this mortal flesh. Religious people, they're all crying, oh, I can't wait to go to heaven and meet Jesus. Muslims, oh, I can't wait to go to heaven and get my 72 virgins. And they're all lying, because as soon as it looks like something might happen that might take them off this planet, oh boy, they go to all kinds of extremes to stay here. They don't believe in no hereafter. They believe in the here and now, or else they would meet death. You would meet it. If you say, oh man, if I leave here and I don't take myself out of here, suicide or nothing, I'm going to go to paradise if I've been a good person, and I believe I've been pretty good. Come on, conspirators, come take me. If Allah wants you to go, you go. If he don't want you to go, you ain't going nowhere. It's totally up to Allah. So why are you fearing and grieving because of something some social schemer put across your screen for you to read and digest? You shaking in your shoes, can't come in, can't go to the masjid, lock the masjid up, can't pray, can't stand next to each other. And you don't have a single dime's worth of proof that standing next to each other in the salat line killed anybody. I'm just being cautious, said one imam. I'm just being careful. I wish these people were that careful with what they're knowing and learning from the Quran. All right. So we got to get that knife out of our ribs. Rib in religion is just a symbol of exaggeration. You hear what I'm saying? It's a symbol of anything that is meant to be one particular dimension, but has become exaggerated. You know how in the rib cage, if you take in a whole lot of air and hold it, your ribs have to expand, but that's an exaggeration of the ribs, because you can't hold that position. You have to blow it back out. In the Quran, Allah says that Iblis became astakbaru. That means he became in his own mind greater than he actually was. They call it being haughty or arrogant. So astakbaru, what's the symbol of that? Let's see, when nobody's looking, after everybody's gone home. Allah is showing you what the world looks like when you can't see the world. A phony, fictitious leadership. Every word in the Quran that has the RB concept represents an inflation of sort or some type of evolution of that dimension. Begin with the word rib, which is an English word in the Bible for Jesus being stabbed in the rib. Even before that, from Eve being created from the rib of Adam. But go into the Quran and look at the word Rabb. Rabb. What does that mean? The creator, yes, but the one who is also evolving you. See? Expanding you. Allah says, have we not expanded your breasts? That's a natural expansion. That's not the false, phony, fictitious expansion. Allah has something in the Quran called riba. What is that? Exaggerated interest. It's not normal interest. I lend you this, and for my services, you give me back a little bit over what I gave you. That's interest, but it's not exaggerated. These people want exaggerated interest. What's causing that exaggeration? The RB connection in the word riba. If I rob you, this is English word, R-O-B, I'm taking something from you and I am inflating my own pockets or bank account with that artificially. They say that when they took Jesus off of the cross, they cloaked him in a red robe. See, The RB connection. Robe. What is a robe? A robe is an artificial extension of the person's skin. You're naturally clothed with your own flesh. When you put a coat on or a robe on, that's an artificial extension, see, of your skin. So any and every time you see RB in any Arabic word or any English word, it's going to have to do with something being inflated or something being artificially exaggerated. And the only exception is the word Rabb, which has a double B, a double baked, which means he ain't steal it from nowhere. It's his property. It's his house. He didn't have to take this from nobody to give you an evolutionary development. That didn't come from Jesus. That came from Allah. Didn't come from Zeus. Came from Rabbil Alameen. So we spoke about the lowest soul that exists within the 3 lowest energies of the chakras. Go back on your 7 chakra chart and you'll see what I'm talking about. The root, the sacral, the solar plexus. That's your lower soul's energies. And it is governed over by material urges, physical material urges. Then you have the higher soul, which exists within the 3 highest energies above the heart chakra. The heart chakra is the 4th level of energy. So you have these 3 on the bottom. Then above the heart, you have 3 heading up to the crown. That is where your ruh is doing its work. So your nafs as a soul is doing its work on the lower 3 levels, and your ruh as the higher spirit in you is doing its job on the 3 levels above the heart chakra. The heart chakra is colored green because it's the garden that many scriptures and mythologies are speaking of. It says when Jesus reappeared, he appeared in the Garden of Gethsemane. They say he was crucified. What was crucified was Jesus. What reappeared in the garden was Christ. I don't know if Christians can handle that. Jesus and Christ are 2 different entities. They represent one, but they operate, spatially speaking, as 2 developments. One is the lower development. The other one is the development that you come into once you crucify the lower urges. So what's being crucified is not an individual in history. What's being crucified in this particular depiction in the Bible is the crucifixion of the lower appetites in you, the lower urges in you, the flesh attractions to material things in you. You have to crucify that, or the better word is you have to discipline that so that the higher urges, that's what Ramadan is supposed to be about. The crucifixion of your lower urges and appetites and material inclinations so that the higher, more spiritually refined part of you, of your soul, can be activated. You have to do that in order for the ruh to feel like it has a home in your vessel. You hear what Allah says in Surah 97, I think it is, that speaks about the night of power, Al-Qadr. And it says the ruh and the malaik, the ruh and the angels are in that depiction, right? It's talking about a development that is taking place within you, an evolutionary development. So keep that in mind. Don't let anybody rob you of your rib. And the only way to not have that happen is to stay closely bonded with your Rabb. So we spoke about elimination and what that is. Don't be stuck at the threshold of decision-making. Don't be wishy-washy. The life of the instincts is bound to our physical body, those lower 3. The scheme of the social manipulators is to keep our energies enslaved to these material instinctive urges and appetites by surrounding us with environmental stimuli designed to reinforce those appetites and to keep the public mind in a situation of fight or flight. That's the reptilian brain at work, doing what it was designed to do. There's a survival issue here. Someone is out to get me. They have been so sophisticated that they've been able to reduce that something down to an invisible germ that science hasn't even been able to yet identify and verify. They haven't even been able to isolate the COVID germ or the COVID virus in a laboratory. They haven't even isolated it yet to say it's real. Every time you see it, it's a cartoon depiction of a spiked thing coming to get you. But yet this is the new boogeyman. So they do that to keep the public mind in fight or flight mode. And what happens when fight or flight mode kicks into the human vessel? Those are your instinctive drives. They are here to keep you safe, sound, and here to see another day. So if they believe they have to fight, if they think they can win, they're going to fight. And if they think they will not win, cannot win, then they're going to flee. So fight or flight is clocked into the reptilian brain that's connected to your spine, your spinal column. It's the primitive brain that all animals have, including reptiles. That's why they call it reptilian brain. It's your first brain, your primary brain, your instinctive brain designed to keep you here. So, but what happens when it feels threatened? What happens is that the higher brains, the mammalian brain, the mammal brain, which controls your emotions and your memory, and then the brain on top of that, which is your thinking brain, cerebral cortex brain, moral and rational thinking, the switches to the mammal brain goes off, and the switch to the top thinking, rational, reasoning brain goes off. And all you have left is the fight or flight brain. That's why people are not making any sense. When you ask them questions, why are you still wearing the mask? They can't even tell you because they're operating on fight or flight modality. Not thinking, not even feeling correctly about it. They haven't even studied it enough to know how to feel about it. So these wizards have developed a scheme that is able to flip off the switches of your higher brain and leave you in the same situation that the alligator and the reptile and the turtle and the iguana are left in. That's all you've been reduced to, reptilian behavior. And if you come get mine, I'm going to strike out at you like the snake. I'm going to try my best to get away from you like the turtle. It might take me some time, but I got to get away from you, grandson. It's a grandpa. I can't be in the same house with you. You didn't get your jab. I can't be here with you. Fooling you all of the way to the bank. First one to call it a jab was Biden. He didn't call it a shot when he first spoke about it. He said the jab is ready. And I told you what a jab is. If you know anything about boxing, the jab is the setup for the knockout punch. So in 2023 to 2025, prepare yourself for what they are believing is going to be the knockout punch. Because, listen to me carefully, this is not hype. They are coming for your children. Literally. They are right now in the process of inventing new lies that I hope the people won't be dumb enough all over again to believe. But they know how sentimental people are about their offspring. So because they didn't get the numbers that they wanted to fall into this last trap, they're going to do it by appealing to the death threat that's going to be posed against your children. And who's going to be posing this threat? Nature, the fitrah, Mother Nature, which in the minds of most people, subconsciously speaking, is God trying to kill me. It's God doing this. Not these people in office. They're trying to save our lives. It's God, the weather, the air, the heat, the winds, the cold. That's what's doing it. But you don't know enough about anything, really. You don't know enough about chemtrails, the manipulation of the weather. You don't know what to look for to know whether the Boston or the Buffalo snow, you don't know what to look for to know whether that was man-made or whether nature did it. You have no clue what to look for. I know what to look for exactly and immediately to say that's not normal weather right there. They created that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google this word, please. Chemtrails. Chemical trails. Just put it in Google. Put it in YouTube. What are chemtrails? And a whole new world of manipulation is going to open up to you right before your eyes when you find out that they can create tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, all those things Elijah Muhammad said would come. Man, he must have had insight into stuff that we still trying to catch up with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what he knew. But they can create all of this kind of stuff. It's in the 70s here now. It was 12 degrees a couple of days ago. When has that happened in your lifetime? They are manipulating everything. They're pulling out all stops to keep the control over the masses of people, although their time is up. That's the good news. Imam Muhammad said the goodness is on the rise. The good news is that Allah is transferring the rule. Allah says he rotates his kingdom to see how the next person will do, whether they're going to be responsible, whether they're going to be upright and just and fair. And when the people are not, then Allah takes it from them and he transfers it to another people. So I say to you common folks out there, are you ready? You Nunetics learners, are you ready to take on some of the responsibility of regulating this country? Are you ready for positions in leadership where you're going to be fair and just by people? Can you establish that locally where you are? Can you support local businesses, mom and pop stores, local small supermarkets, local clothing stores, designs that are designed by your children and your grandchildren? Don't they have ideas for how to design clothing, put their name on it and sell it? Does it have to be Levi all of the time? Guess all of the time? What's wrong with you Muslims? You don't have, well, Muslims are doing it actually, and you should step it up. But you let somebody outside of your situation come and sell you a shirt that says Mecca. How'd that happen? See, we got to become aware. We have to become more wise, more prudent, more observant. So we have to get up out of this slavery condition of being enslaved to the lower appetites. In the Quran, these lower appetites are called ahwa, from the word hawa, which is a word that is related to the biblical name Eve. As I told you last week, I told you about the mark of the beast, 666. And it's a mark that goes into the body in order to control buying and selling according to the Bible. So 666 is designed to control commerce. And Imam Muhammad said the only reason they're leaving your 666 body here, my language, he said they don't want to kill you off physically because you represent commerce in their scheme. And commerce is connected to the word bashar in the Quran, which means flesh. It's a reference to mortal man. Kul ana basharun mithlukum, say, I am a flesh mortal, just like you. But the word is bashar, bait, sheen, ra. Interchanges, if you Look at the word flesh, bait, interchanges with the labial F sound, ba, fa, from the lips. Sha, interchanges with the sha on the end of flesh. And the R interchanges with the L, liquid. L, R and L are interchangeable. So bashar and flesh are saying exactly the same thing. So if you are bashar on the mythilikum, flesh and blood mortal, just like all of the rest of you, if that's what Muhammad was saying about himself, he wasn't saying I'm some sinful person born in sin because I'm born in this flesh body. Bashar also interchanges with the word purse. The P is the B in Bashar. The R is in Bashar. The S is the SH in Bashar. So purse is where you carry your wealth. Not to mention the bursar's office at college where you go to pay your tuition. You got the B interchanging with that B. You got the R interchanging with the R. You got the S interchanging with the SH. So bursar and Bashar are essentially the same. It's the holder of the wealth. Well, then what is that saying about your flesh? That they've been writing off as born in sin. No, your sin is not in your flesh. It's in your mind that has gone wayward. Your flesh is valuable. So protect your flesh also. Tell your daughters, keep your legs closed. Protect your flesh. Tell your brother, stop spreading all of those seeds and all of those women that whose name he hardly even knows. Stop behaving like that. You're going to be the losers. You're going to lose your soul with that behavior. From this point on, you've been warned. Stop slapping your children upside their heads because they didn't do what you wanted them to do. So you running their head into the wall and all kinds of foolishness. You are disobeying Allah. He put a value on this flesh. And you don't have a right to do with it whatever you hanker to do. If Muhammad said he's a Bashar, what makes you think that Bashar is something sinful or something lower than in esteem or in value? And then he said, like all of you, he said, I have been given the wahi from Allah. Well, that means that you have access to the wahi also. So the flesh just needs to be fortified and activated by Allah's ruh. That's all. Just like the Khalifa. When I have breathed into him of my ruh, then bow down. So this is how to survive this great elimination, this back and forth thing over the threshold of should I or should I not? Should I follow the crowd or should I just stay to myself and do what I know to be right? That's the threshold. That's the choice that you have to make going into 2023 and beyond. And if you want to be the winner who holds on to their integrity as well as their common sense, then make the right choice. No one can make that choice for you, but you have to do the investigation. We're here to help you, walk you through it, help you through it, guide you through it, but we can't make the decision for you to make the right decision. You have to consult your own soul and ask Allah to help you. Or if you just say God, then ask God to help you, to assist you. And you're going to be of the successful ones going into the future. So from this point on, don't let anybody fool you into their scheme of elimination, because none of us want to be found being flushed down this proverbial toilet bowl, especially unnecessarily. It's not necessary. These children who are being born now are special children. Some call them indigo children. Special children being born in a particular season that's of the cosmic season. These children are being endowed with, and I'm telling you, with an intelligence that just does not quit. I've been talking to some young people over the last 2 weeks, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. You know about Mahdi. I'm telling you, I met another 4 Mahdis in the last week or so. Just answering questions, teaching them Nunetics. Easy, comes easy to them. And they are activated now. They stood on the phone with me for about 45 minutes. and didn't want me to hang up. It was beautiful. I'm telling you, if it doesn't happen through you, it's going to happen through your children. But you want to be there for the journey also. Trust me when I tell you that. So with that said, I'm going to open up in the event that there are just a few questions or a few comments. I'd rather have comments and acknowledgements than questions. But if there are questions, make them pertinent to the subject that we are speaking about. All right. Try not to trip over each other if you have questions. Wait for the first person to finish and then you come on in. Okay. Alaikum salam.
This is Amina from Oakland.
Are you coming in very, very broken up?
From Oakland.
You're coming in very broken up. Can you hear me? Amina?
I'll type it in.
All right, she's going to probably come back in because she's always.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you're very broken up. You're very broken up.
Okay, I'll type it in. I'll type it
Okay.
in.
Okay. Yeah, put it in the chat and I'll get it. All right. Okay. So while we're waiting for her, does anyone have a quick question or comment? All these silent soldiers.
No question, but beautiful as ever, brother, man.
All right. Yeah. This is your time. This is your time to shine now. Come on. Give a greeting and do something. Let the world know you're here. That's what this is for.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Okay, I guess that's enough, huh?
Yeah, love it.
Okay. All right, let me go to Amina's question. She says, the letters LMN from elimination. She said, oops, lost it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Go to the chat. Okay. The letters LMN from elimination. I see the word minimal as in less. Yeah.
You too.
Yeah, that's a part of it. If you eliminate something, that thing becomes less, right? At least the space where you got it from. See, if I cross the threshold, my presence is less or absent now from the space that I was previously in. Does that make sense to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got to think about the whole scenario when you're dealing with nunetics and consonantal connections. So she took the L off the end, she put it on the beginning. Off the beginning, pardon me, put it on the end. Liminal, yeah. And minimal. All right, mini, that's the same, those are the same consonants that we're dealing with. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Go right ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hassan Abdullah from New Orleans, Louisiana. The presentation you gave tonight, brother instructor, is so clear, common sense. The wisdom is even, matter of fact, it covers our whole journey. No goodness is ever lost. It covers our whole journey and the spirit in which it was given. Like the book say, a fool would find it hard to err. It wouldn't say he couldn't err, but he's gonna have a hard time finding the time to err. Because the wisdom is just that profound and clear and in accord with everything that God has blessed us with in this community. Elijah Muhammad, the Imam W.D. Muhammad, and now you, and we thank God for all of y'all in this. Same destination, same spirit, my opinion now, same spirit, same destination, but the conversation is included, expanded, and it covers all language for one human language, and that's the nature or the pattern of life that God allowed then for human family. spoken different, but intelligent speech. And that's what God said. He gave us intelligent speech. And Nunetics make all the different languages intelligent because all of them is brought together from the science of Nunetics. And it's powerful. And I'm just so thankful just to be a part of this. And I thank you for your time. I thank the believers. I'm just so happy to be a part of with the believers, with the
That is
supporters of
well
the
said. Well said, my friend. I'm smiling from ear to ear. I love the way you put that. Thank you.
Sir.
And let me read here what Winona Majid said when I was speaking on the Dravidians or the Aryans. She said it's a source of the caste system. She said, yes, you've got it, caste system. Interesting that awake Native Americans prefer the word native to describe themselves. Good. Yeah, instead of the word Indians or even Native Americans, they prefer native to speak about the natives. And of course, native is related to natural because they were living off of the earth. So that's a good find there. Yeah, Winona also substantiated what I said about the cube that Jews wear. There's a particular name for it. I'm forgetting what it is. But do that research like these others are doing, and you'll come across these things yourselves, and you'll share them in class or in an email, and I'll share them with the group. Okay, so no one else?
The word is Teflon.
Teflon, that's right. The Teflon. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you for that. Been a long time since my synagogue days. So, yeah, I have to be reminded. That's correct. And remember now, all Jews are not the same. Just like all Muslims. Some are Sunni, some are Shia, some are Ahmadi. You know, they got different. This is the same thing with the Jewish community. They're not all one thing. You have the ultra-Orthodox, the conservative Jews. You got all kinds of Jews. You got the Black Hebrews or just plain Hebrews and people who don't like the term Jew, so they don't use the term Jew. And you have various others who go under different denominations. So we're not trying to blanket the whole people. Then you have some Jews who say Jew is an ethnicity, others say it's a religion, and they have differences, is my point, just like Muslims have differences. But what I'm saying is that Muslims in history, as a scholarship body, have tended to follow the lead of what Jews have done before them. And that's how we got the Hadith, because the Jews before the Muslims developed something called the Talmud, Talmud, and that's the writings of their rabbis. So when they established the Hadith, they were simply following the road that was laid out before them by the Jewish community. The Jews don't talk and teach and try and say anything from the Torah. That's their book. That's their Quran. You don't hear a whole lot of Torah when they talk. When you hear them come up with an idea, it's an idea related to the Talmudic teachings out of ancient Babylon. Babylonian Talmud in particular, they have two, but the main one is the Babylonian Talmud. And I'm telling you that there's such corruption in that Talmud that even the idea of child, I call it molestation. If you're trying to tell me that you have a religious book that's sanctioned by your rabbis that tell you that you can interplay sexually with 3-year-olds and 6-year-olds, you got some demon stuff operating in your system and in your community. So when you hear something about Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old, now you know where they got it. They got it from these previous religions, because they want you to be like Mike. Wow. You gotta understand what's going on out here. They have double and triple purposes for doing things. All right, so be aware of that. Bashir, you have your hand up. Anyone else who's not asking questions, close your phones, because I'm getting a lot of static right now. And when one person is finished, then I'll recognize the next person. It's as easy as really putting your hand up in the, if you can see how to do that. Okay.
Send the reactions. You have to go into click on the reactions, and it shows you where you can lower your hand or put your hand down.
Okay. Well, while you're speaking, they'll figure it out.
Or give you a thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing them now. A lot of hands are going up.
Yeah.
I
One
can
thing
hear
I
the
learned,
applause. Okay.
one thing I learned tonight that we are not deists. We believe in the evolver. We believe in the creator, who we call our evolver, and we do believe in revelation. The deists, as you said it, they don't believe in, they deny the revelation, and they deny other than the evolver is not involved with creation. In other words, they just let creation go on and be whatever it is, which we don't believe in.
Mhm.
We don't attest to, I'll put it like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Absolutely correct. Those who are looking for more information on the deist, I'm going to spell it for you. D-E-I-S-T. Many of the early founding fathers of this nation were deists. They weren't Christians per se. They were deists. So look that up. Okay. I'm going to defer and have the next person be, not defer, but have the next person be one of our newest learners. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Is it Nadira or Nedra James?
It's Nedra, thank you.
Nedra, okay. All
Very
right.
very excellent lecture, but I could use a little clarification.
Sure.
When you were talking about the intellect and that it can be very deceptive, were you equating it with the ego, or is that because it's so susceptible to corruption by the ego?
Okay, I didn't catch the first word that you mentioned when I was talking about the what now?
The intellect.
Oh, the intellect. Yeah, it's because it's designed to separate. That's its design. The design of the intellect is that it will take things and piece them apart for efficiency reasons. The intellect without guidance will tear up the world, which it has done. The intellect is responsible for racism. It's responsible for sexism and chauvinism. It's responsible for classism. It's when people think that they know so much that now they are the better people because they know more than you. And then they'll begin to separate in regards to the things that they feel are quality, and start to put the people and the places and the things in place that they consider to be of less quality or of no quality. So the only thing that can save you from that separation is the guidance of Scripture. That tells you there's one creator and there's one humanity. And if you're starting from that particular platform, then you can't make the mistake of saying that black is better than white is better than black, or these people are lesser, these people are close to animals, these people are freshly out of the monkey kingdom. You won't make the mistake of doing all of that. Let me just tell you one more thing about the intellect. The intellect is a knife. In the Quran, the human soul is called the nafs. N-A-F-S. And if you look at the plural word for knife, it's knives, and it has the same exact consonantal connections. The N sound, the F sound, in this case of knives, the V, which interchanges with F, and the S sound. So you have the N-V-S in knives, and you have the N-F-S sound in nefs, and they do exactly the same thing. Knives cut into, knives can separate your arm from your body if it's sharp enough. And the point is this, is that in the hands of a trained professional, a knife is a blessing. In the hands of a surgeon, we want that knife in that surgeon's hand. In the hand of the butcher, we want him to cut away the fat from the meat so we can get the parts that we want to take home and cook, right? But in the hands of a burglar or a robber or a thief who wants to cut your grandmother's strap off of the purse and run with it, or maybe stab her in the back and run so she can't run after him or call out for help, that knife, it's not the knife that's dangerous. It's the person who is wielding the knife who represents the danger. So it's not the intellect that is errant. It's the person who doesn't know how to use or is abusing the intellect that is the real danger. The people who are in charge, who are causing all of this confusion, there's nothing wrong with their intellects. They're ruling the world with the intellect. The intellect is okay. It's what they're using the intellect for. They're not using it as a skilled professional to help humanity. The doctor's only going to use his knife just to temporarily open up the chest and correct a problem with the heart or the lungs or whatever, then he's going to close you back up. He believes in the integrity of the body. The person who's not using the knife correctly is going to split you open and hope that all of your guts fall out. See, that's the difference between how people use the intellect. The intellect is designed to say, what else can I separate this thing into so I can get more utility out of it? You wouldn't have the discovery of the atom if you didn't have the intellect saying there's something smaller than this. Then you wouldn't have the quark if some other scientist didn't say, I think the atom can be further divided. The intellect is constantly dividing. If you're doing it for the purposes of human evolution and human progress, fine. But if you're doing it so that you can create an atom that will create an atom bomb, that's a whole nother thing. Am I making sense in that
That's
regard?
very clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go for Kareem Abdul Salam. Thank you.
Sir, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir. How are you?
Thank you, Instructor Bilal. That was outstanding lecture.
Thank Allah.
I was reflecting on the portion when you talked about the hadith of the Prophet and him marrying a 6 or 7-year-old child, and the analogy you made between with the chakras from the 6th to the 7th level. And you mentioned moving on to the 9th level. And I think you indicated that the 9th level had reference to his life or the highest level of life. And
the
I
new
thought
birth.
once I heard
the new birth.
The new birth. And I thought once I heard Imam Muhammad make reference to the age that Prophet Muhammad died at, being 63.
Yes.
And then he said 6 + 3 = 9.
That's right.
And I'm thinking that has a reference not just to the prophet's death, but to his elevation.
Absolutely.
And alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Just wanted to get clarity on that. Plan to keep looking at that closer.
Yeah, well, you did a good job. That was a great contribution right there.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. Remember, another saying of the prophet is that every baby is born ala al-fitra, upon the fitra. So it's teaching us something about the beginnings of new life and how all life is connected to the fundamental nature that is reflected in the environmental nature that you're born in and around. And it's the people who are your caretakers and your teachers who make that nature something different because they are giving it the incorrect nurturing. There's nothing wrong with the nature. There's something wrong with the way these people are being nurtured. When they take away the mother's breast and they put the Infamil bottle or can in front of them, or Soyalac and all that other stuff that's lacking, Similac, Soyalac, they're trying to tell you what is lacking. It doesn't have what mother has. That's when we run into trouble. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. Winona, let me let you back in there so you can finish up. Thank you, Kareem.
Alhamdulillah, thank you.
Winona, you ready?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was reflecting on the concept of separation and dividing, and you were talking about the Jewish idea of separation, their theology, proceeding from the Torah, and their racial legacy proceeding from the Talmud, actually. They've spent a lot of time keeping themselves separate from other people. For instance, there is the religion, which proceeds from the Torah, but their racial legacy comes down through the mother only, so that if your mother is Jewish, I mean, we see that, and there's somebody who's saying now in popular politics, I'm Jewish, whatever that means for him. but they've kept themselves insulated in that way, with the Torah on the one side, the Talmud on the other side. And then Muslims have done similar with Quran, and which is their basis, which should be our basis, and then Hadith, which is a whole nother train of thought, a whole nother conceptual, a whole nother conceptual idea of what Islam is. And then you've got something else that has happened with Islamic thought, and that is the commentaries. You've got commentaries from every single madhab, from every single school of thought, and they're competing with each other on which school of thought, which line of thought is most legitimate. Is it, mine or yours, or is it Maliki? Is it Shafi? Is it whatever? So they've divided these different lines of thought. It's keeping us all divided. When really we should, I understand the impulse to go back to Quran, just what does the Quran say? How do we present? And I think I've sent you some ideas that I've been working on regarding presentation of Quran, but it's all about Quran when you're talking about our own development, our own unity of development, the development of us as a community, as a humanity. The intellect, and the corruption of the impact of the ego, like the sister was talking about, that can be generalized to human beings generally, and a lot of what occurs as an impact, as an effect, has to do with your intent. When you start separating and dividing, the intent is very important. But if you go back to Quran, the only legitimate intent you should have is what Quran has said to us, what Allah has said to us through his prophets, through all the prophets in history.
Well, we're going to be investigating that important word, intent. Somebody asked me a question about that earlier today, and it's a very important word in the study of psychology. And as you heard me say in the past few weeks, that we're going to be developing a new psychology for a new America. So stay tuned for that. So important words are intent. Important words are ego. As our dear sister mentioned, we have to know what these words mean. The average one of us are not aware that you actually have two levels of ego. One is personal at the solar plexus, and the other one is general or universal. See? And we have to know how to properly place these energies. So all of these things will be unfolded as you continue to study going into 2023. But thank you for that.
I heard you say that, and have been intrigued by this idea of a new psychology.
Yeah, I'm going to be putting out a call soon for people who are interested in psychology, so we can have a private class and get that ball rolling. So stay tuned for that. All right. All right. Okay. Who else do we have here? We got to go kind of quick now, because I was hoping to be out of here by 11 p.m. That was Winona. Winona, you can put your hand down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's go for Abdullah.
Yeah, always Imam. I put the question in the chat box, but I would just go ahead and just state or ask the question. What is the best social political system for mankind? And from from the looks of it, it certainly is not capitalism. So I'm
Okay.
just what's the
Yeah. It's the socio-economic system that's advocated by the Quran. And it's not going to be the same for everybody. What's the same for everybody is the end result, which is justice. The end result for everything that Allah has established in the Quran is justice. That it doesn't slight one over, or it doesn't favor one over the other. That's the criterion. That's the common theme. Even in Elijah Muhammad's days, his phrase was freedom, justice, and equality. You can't just say mercy. Mercy is short-lived in many cases, but justice is supposed to pervade and outlive troubles and wrong attitudes and ego problems amongst people. Justice is supposed to reestablish the correct order, and the correct order is the fitral order for any society, but it's going to exhibit itself in different ways through different expressions. So everybody in the world is not supposed to be looking the same. We're not all supposed to be wearing the same thing, eating the same food, talking the same language. We're supposed to have these variations. That's how Allah created us. The thing that we're supposed to come together in agreement on is the idea of justice. And those are the principles that are laid out in the Quran through what they're calling Sharia and other ideas that are in the Quran that we need to investigate and reinvestigate. So that's where the scholars should be targeting their scholastic arrows. What does Allah say? And many have. What does Allah say about justice in the Quran? And not just for Muslims, for humans. Okay?
So we should be aiming at justice, removing what the inequities, or what I say, the looking at how is wealth being
distributed,
like the 1% controlling 99% of the wealth, and 99% of the population is fighting over the 1% of the.
Yeah, that's not justice. That's tyranny. Yeah. So hopefully going into the next semester, I'm going to be talking about the difference between the two words in the Quran that are being translated as justice. And they both don't mean justice, but they translate them as justice, be a people standing firmly for justice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But there are two words in Arabic that are being translated into that one English word, justice, and they're not the same. So if you remind me in the next week or so, I'll probably wind up having that conversation with Dr. Omar, because that's his level of discussion. So you'll know when that conversation happens, and it'll be sent to you. If it doesn't happen, then just remind me to bring it up during one of the classes.
Certainly.
All right. Thank you.
And just one more question. The question that actually posted, but I will repeat it. The why America is labeled the Prince of Darkness? Is it because
by who?
Or is it because they're the leader and
named that by who?
By who?
Yeah, who calls America the Prince of Darkness?
Oh, I thought that was my understanding when you mentioned Admir, and then you
and Ka. Yeah, Ka is the Egyptian word for the soul. So America is called Prince of the Soul, but it's the lowest strata of the soul, called Ka. Yeah, but the Prince of Darkness in the Bible, that's Satan.
So, I did say Ka was the lowest of what? The lowest of the tier. I mean, the lowest, you can't go no lower than that, right?
That's correct. Yeah, doesn't make it evil though.
That don't make it evil.
No.
Okay.
No,
Because there's
it's
a
like
person-
saying your root chakra is evil because it's the lowest of the chakras.
I got you.
Depends on how you use it. Same thing with the intellect. Depends on how you use it.
We're starting to play these games with the words again,
All right.
but it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Allah calls you Ka. Did you know that? In the Quran, you're called Ka.
Father called a whole lot of things.
Hey, look, if I give a greeting to you by yourself, I say Salam Alayka, not Kum.
Okay.
I'm talking to you, the individual. So Ka is not evil. It just means your hand, you know, what you possess. Kaf is just Kaf, the letter K. That's all. It's not evil. Depends on what you grab hold on.
And
All right. I'm going to try and get out of here. Let me go with the last person. Thank you for that, though.
Because you got me going.
Remind me about the justice conversation. You got to get a better computer, man, because you break up a lot.
Okay, that's what's
Get some earplugs or something. That might do it.
Yeah, I'm coming to this phone and you know what happens? I move and it you know it distribute the sound.
Yeah.
Erratically.
All right. Find a solution for that because you're being broadcast around the world now.
Yeah.
I don't want people mad at you.
Certainly, yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. You can put your hand down and Zaid, you can come in and conclude. I need it to be as quick as you can make it though, Zaid.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Let's see, I got a couple things I'm on. The word Egypt, I just want to say that in the word Egypt as a word, I see the word Japhat.
Okay.
Japhat.
Yeah.
In the from the English translation.
Mm-hmm.
And also from the word COVID, if you look at a word as a word instead of the acronym, you see the word Sabbath, like the Sabbath day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I kind of relate that to the when God rested or set, and then they have the reset. But I wrote you a thing called the letter V.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to get into it. I have it open in my computer because I keep meaning to get to it as soon as I get a break.
Yeah, okay, so I go in a little more into detail.
But those are good findings right there. Just what I'm thinking of as you're saying it. But you know, that's for those among us who like to study on that level. They'll get it.
Okay, and also what you said about the coming year. I think it was Elon Musk that mentioned on the yesterday that he was going to open the conversations on science. And what he said is that he was opening the door for not just any science, but science to be questioned by reason.
Good.
And I think this is alhamdulillah, that's in line with what you were saying.
Absolutely.
And he also said anyone that says that following the science is following them cannot be a scientist.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
What kind of foolishness is that?
Right. Alhamdulillah.
I believe that's what Fauci said. He said, I am the science.
Right.
Yeah. Foolishness.
That's alhamdulillah.
All right. Thank you for that. I see our friend Kamal in there, one of our newest learners. You have anything you want to say before we leave? He might have left his computer. That's you, Kamal. Can you hear me? All right, he might have moved away from his computer. Is anyone else of the new people wanting to say anything? Give us greetings before we end or anything like that so we can get to know you better. Anybody that's relatively new, last few days, last few weeks have joined us.
Well, assalamu alaikum. I'm
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, well, I'm listening and trying to learn, so I'm not saying too much right now. I did have a question, but
go right ahead.
Well, it was really about when you said that they're coming for our children, and I was wondering, is that because of their being indigo children? I remember you had mentioned their intellects being real sharp, so I was wondering why.
Yeah.
Why the children at this point? I know you said it would be, I guess, easier too from the emotional perspective to deal with them.
Yeah. They know that if they let these children grow and develop, And the day that these children stop paying attention to distractions, that they are going to be, there won't be any contender for what Allah is bringing our children into, intellectually speaking. These children are being born brilliant, and it has nothing to do with the amount of schooling that they're getting.
Right. Well, that's a blessing, most assuredly.
Well, let's try and make a match between those young intellects and this Nunetics method. Make that prayer. That Allah unite the young people of this country to begin with Nunetics. We're doing it already. Like I said, I'm having private classes with some of y'all's children. Like I said, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And they are proving to be outstanding in their understanding of what's being said. And I mean, they're picking it up right away.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Look out for that, because we will be continuing an effort that we started last year. And I think I called it Saving Our Children. Something I actually started an actual organization that I didn't continue with, but it was in reference to children who are being abducted, who are not being spoken about, children who are being exploited on so many different levels, and it needs to be addressed. So we're going to be going into a lot of different areas. That's why we're going to be having about 3 or 4 different seed cast productions. I don't call them podcasts, they're seed cast. And some of you will be hosting them or co-hosting them, or such as Winona and people like that. If they're not actual hosts, they're definitely going to be major guests on these programs. So look out for that, coming from William Safir and myself as initiators. And many of us are going to be giving voice to the concerns that we have that we don't get a chance to express in the regular class. So prepare for that. But thank you. Anyone else? Quickly. Okay. Clock on the wall says it's time to go. Thank all of you for your time and attention. And inshallah. Oh, listen. Oh, yeah. Did you want to say something? Who was that?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi, this is Diane. I just wanted to say thank you for this enlightening presentation, and that when I first saw Fauci's name, I knew automatically that he wasn't for us because I saw false chi in his name.
Oh, y'all hear this? Isn't that wonderful? False chi. That's something. Yeah, I saw a few other things in his name, but nothing as close as what you came to. Yeah. And you know, chi, C-H-I, is
Energy.
Energy.
it's energy, but the equivalent of it in the Quran is the ruh that we've been discussing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
some call it life force.
Yes, a life
The
force.
life force.
That's right.
As soon as I saw his name, I knew.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's not for us.
Yeah. I saw Faust, F-A-U-S-T. I saw a few things.
Faux in French being false.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you know how to make these connections, that's how Allah speaks to you, believe it or not. We don't depend 100% on that, and people can change. So we don't depend 100% on that, but sometimes Allah sends you what you need for when you need it so you can make serious decisions about what you're getting into. But that's a fact. But in 2023, you're going to see Fauci do what Pharaoh did. He's going to sink beneath the water and he's going to be crying out. He's going to be making shahada. He's going to be doing all of that Pharaoh did in the Quran. Because these characters and these personalities just keep revisiting us. They're not permanent. They are, as I call them, they are templates in the Quran for what happens all of the way throughout history, all of the way up until the conclusion of this. And Imam Muhammad called this the day of conclusion. Satan's clock has wound down Ain't nowhere else for him to go. And that's why he's fighting so desperately. Just like anybody in the middle of the water who starts to drown, they're going to try and grab anybody close to them to save their lives.
That's it.
And that's what all of them are doing. It's a slow drown, but just hang on. Watch and see. You don't even have to do anything. Just keep your eyes open. And you'll see it all play out before you, like a movie almost. But trust me when I tell you, the world of falsehood is drowning fast. It looks like it's going to live forever. And a lot of people are going to be the victims only because they don't know better. Those of us who know better, we're going to be in the minority, the good minor. But just that's how it goes throughout history. Allah says the majority don't know. That's in the Quran. The majority don't know. And it's always the minority that make it safely to shore. But you have to be paying attention. That's why I say this class is not for entertainment purposes. This class is for life and death reasons that you come here. You'll understand as we go into January, into the dead of winter. We ain't there yet. They got some stuff planned, trust me. And don't ever let them convince you that Allah did this, God did this to us. Because if you let that idea get into your subconscious, you are through. And all you got to do is just keep thinking it enough. It'll go right into your subconscious and it'll be the motivating factor behind all of the decisions that you make from there. God is trying to kill me. So every man for himself. Nothing I can do. And that's where they're going to get you in the faith department. Your faith will begin to whittle away, just diminish right in front of your eyes. And if you don't have faith in a source creator, you ain't going to have faith in your fellow person. You're not going to have faith in your family. You're not going to have faith in your neighbor. You're not going to have faith in it. Everything will become critical in terms of your having some trust in it. But you watch those big boys and big girls walk off with all that money, thinking that they're getting away. I remember Imam Muhammad said this, and I'll say this and we'll conclude. He said this around 1976, I think. He said, I'm watching the rat. This is his language. He said, I'm watching the rat come out of the rat hole, or the mouse, come out of the mouse hole. And he said, and I see him going for the cheese. And he goes up to the cheese, he looks around, he snatches the cheese, and then he runs back into the hole. He said, then he comes back out again. He said, and I see him peek his head out the hole. And he sees some more cheese. And he comes out and he grabs the cheese and he runs back in the hole. And he said, and he comes out a third time. He sees more cheese. And he runs out. He's confident now. He runs out and he grabs that cheese. And he runs back in the hole. And Imam said, then all of a sudden, so he didn't realize that there was a bomb in the hole waiting for him. These manipulators don't realize that there's a bomb right in their circle that's going to be the reason for their demise. It's not going to be because we came up with any army, all that stuff. No, it's going to be because there are people right among them. Who brought down Moses? Weren't there people in his own army that started to contest Moses's behavior? They asked the question, do you want us to kill Moses and his brother just because they said God is God? And it says that they didn't go with that. They sided with Moses. They said, and Pharaoh asked him, he said, well, whose side are you on? He said, who are you with? They said, I'm with the Lord of Moses and Aaron. They didn't even know the name of the Lord. They just said, I'm with that guy, those guys there. That's who I'm with. And then they said, well, go with him, you know, and they started threatening them. They said, well, whatever you want to do. We have simply to return to our Lord and we pray that he will forgive us. That's the kind of heart you have to have.
Submitted to the truth, Imam.
Yeah.
That's
the kind of heart you have to have. So don't let them jab those poisons. I'm going to be sending you a series of videos that are serious enough for you to bet on that they are accurate. Don't let these people, and those of you who might have already taken it, there are ways that you can have that stuff subside in you if you do the right things at the right time. And I also have to say that I truly believe that a lot of it is placebo.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not intending to just do away with it. That would be too obvious. Right. But there are people who are experiencing some serious, serious issues, sometimes immediately. I mean, there are people who have dropped dead immediately after receiving the jab. So this thing is no joke. And I wouldn't, that's a crapshoot. I wouldn't play Russian roulette like that. Okay. All right. So in reference to Abdullah's comments regarding capitalism, Imam Muhammad did speak on a socio-capitalistic hybrid. Many of these concepts from earlier ages with the selfish interest for the wealthy only. Yes, Bashir, and I'm going to send that. That's in an article called Capitalistic Communism. Mikhail has that, and I have that, and maybe a few other people have that. Capitalistic Communism. That's from 1975, believe it or not. So we're going to find that, and we're going to send it to the learners as soon as we put our hands on it. It was so deep that when it came out, I used to not read it because it was too much for me. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I'm better suited and situated now to understand what he meant by that. Especially when they're trying to take, as he said, they're trying to turn the whole Western world into a communist state, a socialist state. That's real. That's what they're trying to do. But to do it, they have to get you to disrespect a creator. They're yelling at Biden now for not mentioning Jesus' name on Christmas. These Christians are serious. These people running the world, they're not Christians like Christians. So I have to go. You have to go. We have to go. I'm happy we were able to spend this time together. Thank you for your participation. All right. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay positive as I greet you in the greetings of peace. Remember now, a new semester is starting, which means a new payment is due. So do that due by the 1st. If you need extra time or whatever, then you let me know that. But we want to try and keep those payments on time for me to keep the machine rolling on my end. Very important. I may have to actually leave for New York. I have an older sister who just fell sick. The whole diabetes thing is ravaging our people, especially, but the whole Western world, actually, and across the seas. Diabetes is a monster that was created to just eat into us and eat us up and spit us out. Be aware of that. I know everybody on this call has somebody in their family or themselves who have that issue with sugar poisoning, as my wife calls it. She doesn't even call it diabetes. She calls it sugar poisoning because that's what it is. So for whatever it's worth, I say Happy New Year's to all of you. Be safe, stay active, keep your minds active, study hard, and inshallah, there will not be a class this Sunday because I will most likely be traveling to New York to see my sister, who I just said was sick. She's not out of the woods yet, so make a dua for her. Her name is Rachel, and her children are there with her, but she and I were very, very close. She's 2 years, maybe a year and a half older than I am. And I truly don't want to see anything happen to her that doesn't have to happen to her. So make dua for her, please. She's doing well, considerably well under the circumstances, but make dua. We appreciate that.
Yes. I just want to add.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Diane. I just want to add to
hold on. Let Diane and then Wally.
That can be reversed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you're on this side.
Yeah.
It can be reversed.
Yeah. Allah clocked it into the fitna.
I've been plant-based now for 17 years.
Okay. Well, you're going to be a guest on one of our Seedcast programs then.
All right.
We're happy to have you. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Wali Adin, last word.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely prayers will be with your sister. I kind of in and out. I've been traveling. I just made it back to Atlanta. So
we lost you.
Okay, I said I'm back in Atlanta because I'm traveling. It's been kind of in and out. But I just got to look forward to the replay.
Yeah. And thanks for joining me the other day while he was by the Nunetics Institute the other day.
Yeah.
We have a good time every time he comes. Yeah.
Truly enjoyed it.
So anybody who's in the Raleigh, North Carolina area, feel free to come visit Nunetics Institute and we can go to lunch or prepare lunch or do something. It's always a pleasure whenever any of you come through. Okay. We have a few others that are planning on coming through very soon from Texas, from California, from other places, from Atlanta, from other places. So thank you. Okay. So that's it for me.
Thank you.
And inshallah, I'll see all of you in about another week or so. I'll let you know when. Thank you all very much. Okay, as I greet you in the greetings of peace that obligate each and every one of us to keep the peace. Salamun alaikum to you all.
Salam
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum assalam.
All right. Tonight was a real pleasure.